Hello. Just tell me in the chat if you can hear me, if everything's working here, so I can get into business. Very good. So I'll start here. There. So it's white is thinking here. One of my favorite Joseki, so I can talk about that. Very good. Thank you. Okay, so I'll just go back to the beginning of the game. Let's see if this is working. Okay. Hello, Stephen. Okay, pretty normal. Black dived into the through 3-point, and white chose this Joseki in the upper right. This has happened a lot recently. Let's see, the volume is low. I'll do my best. So this is very normal. It's happened in other games. It's happened. I've played it in casual games, so it's perfectly okay. And black played the 3-3-point again. So this is sort of annoying, but it's very popular now. And white can probably play on either side. So white could have played on this side too. Something like this could happen, and maybe some... I think I've seen something like this. This would be getting fairly good marks with an AI, and it would be an interesting game. In the game, covering on this side, from our values before we had computer programs, this looks a bit strange for white because it's pointing in the direction of this black stone on the left side. Black has a position there. Black's already reduced the value of the left side. So it does seem a bit different than what we would play before. But white does have this follow-up move. So white continued here. I'd say this is a move that white could play. Pressing black on the left side. Locally, black could play, let's see, could have pushed through here, maybe cut, maybe clamped here. This kind of fight could happen on the left side of the board. But black didn't choose to do that. I think this is a choice that the players can make. It's hard to say which is better for me. And the corner enclosure in the lower right it's obviously a very big move. So I'd say that's okay. And white covered here. So white's building a very strong position with it's already a moyo in the upper left, or the most of the left half of the board. And here, so this is a point in the Joseki where black played the defensive move. Let's see, it's C5 on this board. And this was one way could have been played. Otherwise, black could have tried the cut. So the other variation that I would consider would be cutting here. And if the ladder favors white, I guess the ladder favors white. So maybe white's going to play here and here. So something like this might happen. And then here. This kind of fight could have happened where black has put a cut into white's area there. So black's going to fight it out in the middle of white's sphere of influence. And the value of this for black would be that that whole area would be erased. But in the game, black played peacefully. And so his idea seems to be basically just to go ahead and take the territory and deal with white's moyo in a more passive way. So white plays here in the middle of the board. And it's really difficult to choose these moves when you have a stone like this sort of floating in the middle of the board. It's really difficult to choose. And white could have played a more a move something like this. In this case, I think it's okay to extend instead of playing those popular, the ones like this are more popular nowadays. But it would have been a bit wasteful with white losing a lot on the left side, and the whole area that white was trying to control, this wall that white is building, seems to be pushing, it's pointing in the wrong way. Stephen, it's not crazy. Stephen, who is saying it's crazy that the top pros have studied AI sequences. It's because the AIs are stronger. Sad but true. So this would be okay, I think, for black, because white's wall is sort of pointing in the wrong direction to expand that moyo, and I would not be so satisfied with that. So I sort of agree with white not doing that. Well, this would be a reasonable way to play. It would expand the volume of white's area, although the control of the center would be a lot more loose. So that's okay. Oh, let's see. They've already gotten into that complicated Joseki in the lower right. Okay. So white played in the center, and black is going in. That seems reasonable too. And white started, okay. So now, oh, sorry about that. So here we are. This is where I started my commentary. Is everyone seeing a lag here between my talking and the diagrams, or is it working well? I guess it's okay. So when white plays here, black has... Oh, good. That's good. Thank you. Thanks for everyone for helping in the chat. So when white plays here, black has a number of choices. So, and white, let's see, white, let's just look at what white played. Black played here. Black had a number of choices with this move. And, okay, so one was this way. And white would probably play here and here. And this is a question move saying that if black plays here, white gets to, this is asking to cover on the second line. Or if black plays here, white's going to curl around here and potentially will have some forcing moves with something like this. This would make use of the potential of that white stone extending down here, and white would have forcing moves with, for instance, this move. So white would have potential to force from the right side of the board, from above, if black took from the side of 7. So it's a question of which side black takes here, how black captures that stone that white has played at the 3-3 point. And so what is most commonly played is that black will play here, and white will jump, and black will take from this side. So this gives black a very settled, solid shape, but it does give white an extra move towards the center. So this would be, it's considered to be about equal. Maybe white would play something like this and would be trying to attack black in the center in the future. So, going back to here, the other move apart from the game would be this one. This would be a way black could play and something like this, allowing white to break into the corner, but having a more severe, a stronger attack against the white stones. So this would be another possibility. But let's get into the game variation. This is one of the more difficult variations of this Joseki. And white, okay, we can follow the game now. So white hunted, this is basically the one move. If white had played here, then black would play here. Then white would not have such good shape when white tried to jump to cut black off. When white tries to do that, it's not such good shape. I'm not really that sure how black's going to play, but even if black plays something like this, it doesn't look like it's such good shape. White looks a bit heavy. Black has all these forcing moves, so like for instance this move is forcing, And it's relatively easy for black to move out to the side. And white's going to be running away. Not very many ideas of attacking black in the center of the board in this scenario. So basically the hane is the joseki move here. And if black covers from the outside, this is going to be relatively easy for white to live. So white has a number of ways to live. This would live. But actually white might be cutting on the outside and allowing black to capture it. With a fight something like this, white has all these forcing moves on both sides. At some point, white should be able to force from this side also, making black play moves like this. All these moves on the outside, I'm not being particularly exact in the way I'm showing this. The order of moves might be a bit different, but the general idea is that white gets a lot of forcing moves from the left or from the outside, and we'll be able to set up some kind of an attack in the center of the board. So that should work for white. So in the game, black cut, and this was a joseki that was extremely popular for a while, and maybe a bit more rare nowadays. But when white does this, all of this is pretty much forced. So like if white does some move like this just to save the one stone, this would be bad even if black just squeezes here and takes the corner. So this is a very bad shape for white. And black actually has stronger moves, but this would be good enough. So white's pretty much forced to play here, which is a tesuji. He's going to chase that black stone, and with the momentum there, white is pushing out. So it's these three stones that white has just created. These three stones are the main group, and everything else can be sacrificed. And so the point is white has these forcing moves here and here, and sometimes black can play the double Atari here. And this kind of variation, in this game, it's probably just too painful to allow white to capture in the center. And so it probably is not working. In some cases, white will go for the corner. This kind of thing can happen too. And something like this. And these are variations that you can see in actual games. But in this game, I think that allowing white to capture the center with something like this would probably have a bad effect on the rest of the board, since white does have a big moyo there in the center of the board. So black captured here, threatening to play the double Atari next. And white connects. Okay. It's one thing I don't like about this program is that it jumps ahead like that. But yeah, so white connects here. Now black has to protect the corner. And that's a win for black. The semi is a win for black. And just to show you, it's like this. And for the time being, white's a bit weak on the outside. But if we assume black answers in the corner, black can win by one move this way. Because white has no way to fill the liberty. So white would play something like this, or maybe even sometimes white would threaten the ko, and black would be able to win by one move. So that's one way black can win it. If black plays here, this is actually losing some points. So it's usually better to do it the other way. So black's winning there. Okay, white continues with this. This is usually bad. Allowing black to capture the one white stone. But I think in this case it's just the fact that black has a strong position in the lower right. The lower side is relatively small. And white has started to surround territory. My instinct would have been to try to attack a little bit more. But when white surrounds territory, you have to calculate the size. Black does have a lot of territory throughout the board. And I think, yeah, white does have a position on the right. It's pretty hard to judge these games that are so big. This is only one of the variations. Ruk Baduk is saying it's too stressful for my idea of joseki. It's just one of the many variations. This is one of the fairly difficult Joseki to deal with. Catbug is asking an interesting question about the prize money. I'm not so sure, actually. I think it's something like 300,000 for the winner. And so it's pretty big, but I don't know if the ranking is actually, to be honest. So Black played a shoulder hit on the 5th line. Sort of reminds me of that game that AlphaGo played. Unneutral is asking, why can't it show the character for Yuting's name? I was more surprised that they aren't showing the picture. That's what's strange to me. But the character actually is not one of the official Japanese characters, and so maybe they don't have it in the font that the font that they're using. And yes, that reminds me, Stephen, thank you. That reminds me that it's a best of 5. So there's potentially there's going to be 5 games in this set, and the next one apparently is going to be tomorrow. So I'll try to be streaming for that one too, the same time. And it looks like they're going to be doing 2 days in a row and then a rest day. So it's going to be today and tomorrow for the first 2 games, and then after 1 day of rest, it's going to be, I guess that makes it the 2nd and the 3rd, Sunday and Monday, if I'm right. Well, anyway, 2 days of games and then 1 day resting. So that pattern, I won't be able to do it on Monday. So I think that's going to be maybe the 3rd game. No, the 4th game. The 4th game. Maybe I won't be able to do that day, but I'll probably be able to do the other days. So Black played a shoulder hit on the 5th line. This is something we didn't see before. It was supposed to be bad, but it is a huge moyo there, so. If you should be asleep, maybe you're in the Americas. Okay, I was talking to someone here in the chat. Let's see, I've lost it. Sneito. He should be asleep, he says. Everyone is helping by giving us the prize money. So that's the Samsung Cup at $200,000. The LG Cup is $250,000, and the Ing Cup is $400,000. They're pretty close to each other. I think the Mlily might be 300,000. Or did someone correct that? Okay, White did peep. Peep at P5. Did someone suggest that? That was the Dawn Slayer. And cap at K7. And that would be interesting. Capping at K7 or maybe something a bit to the right of that. Mm-hmm. The white cut at h13. That's probably not going to play it yet. It's not that important. Black can't get into there. So that's Derek Neal asking about the white cut at h13. Um, what's happening on the upper side, towards the upper half of the board, is more important. And black cannot move into the white moyo too deeply anyway. So white's going to leave that for later. White would like to sort of swallow up those two black stones without bothering to cut. Besides the prize money, you get free pillows and mattresses. That's Steven telling me about that. Yeah, the sponsor, they do have to do with that kind of thing, pillows and mattresses. So white just answered on the upper side. And so black has a lot of territory in this game. Black has 10 points in the upper left, about 15 points in the upper right, and at least about 15 points in the lower right, and more than 10 points in the lower left. So black has 4 corners, something close to 50 points. So black's idea is going to be to allow white to surround most of that area. There is an issue with that, the clamp at, I wonder what's going to happen with that. The clamp at, oops, sorry, it was white's move. So let's have white, oh, so that's where black played. So it was a ladder breaking move. So there's an issue with the clamp here. And this kind of thing. It doesn't look like it's going to work that well for black yet. So it's something that black would like to be able to do, but it doesn't look that decisive. So black cut here on the left side. That's interesting. It was a ladder breaking move. And it does break the ladder. Someone from Korea is saying, I'm sorry, I can't read the name, but he's saying that Xie Ke is the strongest player in China. It was just very short time ago when it was KJ actually, but could be true. I think Yuting is isn't. I think actually Mlily is the tournament that he won a few years ago. He won it for the first time, I think. And Xie Ke has not taken it that I know of yet. It'll be his first time. So locally, white has no way to capture this black stone. And so locally, white would probably, a move white could consider playing would be something like this. But this would leave a lot of cuts. So taking in a ladder doesn't work. The ladder doesn't work for white. Oh yeah. Ian Hoover was just asking about that, so I can show you the ladder. It's breaking the ladder. So that didn't work for white. Maybe white's white local move, the best one would just be simply to push along the line here, or maybe like this, and hope for a big territory in the center. So this is something white could do. There'd still be the issue of that cut on let's see, at this point, at some point. So that's still going to be an issue for white. Otherwise, white could just leave it. Okay, back to the game. White hasn't played yet. If white leaves it, white would need to find two significantly useful moves. So for instance, like this would be a ladder breaking move. Something like this maybe. And then if white played another move here, white would be getting a lot of territory towards the center of the board. And so it's the assessment of whether this is going to be good enough. It's a bit painful to lose those stones, I think. So I would probably sort of want to go, my instinct would be that I would want to go with this one. Well, I think Xie Ke, he's probably somewhere in his early 20s. He's probably 21, 22 now, if I remember correctly. So probably still has some room to improve. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him more in the international tournaments. Rook Baduk was asking, he was asking about, do you play on sitting on the floor? And he thinks it would make it hard to find a good move when your knees or back start hurting. And Japanese used to play in Japanese style rooms, so that they would be playing on the floor, sitting on pillows. It's actually not that uncomfortable. But they renovated the building, and now most of the playing rooms are Western style. So we're playing on tables, and people who like the old style of sitting cross-legged or kneeling, they can do that on the chairs. Some people do that on the chairs. So it's still a thing people do in Japan. Some people find they concentrate better if they do it the way they used to. They sit the way they used to on Japanese mats. International tournaments have been played on in Western rooms for a long time. So they're playing on a table. Yes, the Japanese Go Association does have big chairs. That's Thalanoff and the Don Slayer were both remarking about that. They have fairly big chairs. Thomas Anderson is asking about the time settings. I think it's 3 hours each, and they'll have the overtime will be second reading for the last 5 minutes, probably 1 minute per move or something like that. As far as I know, I know it's 3 hours, and I don't think they take a break. They don't have any lunch break or anything like that. It's more exciting to be white. White probably gets in general a fairly good score in this kind of game from AIs, but it's relatively difficult for humans to actually make those big territories. Derek Neal, thank you. Yes, I do have a Patreon. It's in the description of this video. Let's see, I can even give you a link. If I can find it. Okay, so Derek Neal has prompted me to give you a link for Patreon. So thank you. And that's it. Okay, so it's taking some time for white to choose the next move. I would say again that if the ladder doesn't work, h16, h16 is probably not so h16 is this move. It's probably not so urgent, whether black plays it or white. This would be a big move, but it's probably a bit early to play it yet. I would just not see these moves in the center being effective enough to make up for losing the whole right, the lower right area here. So I would still lean towards white playing a local move here. But he's thinking about it. R11. R11, okay. This is Yuk Baduk. I wonder if that's pronounced Duke. R11. R11 looks a bit dangerous, like these white stones in the center, they're going to be chased. And it doesn't look very pretty, like this kind of thing. Would be a bit painful for white. So I don't like that one. I think that's a bit problematic. If white is going to sacrifice something, it should be the stone on the second line. So I'm going to go ahead and say this again and say that white should probably play on the top. We're having a rainy day here in Japan, so you might be hearing that. P11. P11, yes, that's a good shape. It looks like a good shape move. That's James Sedgwick suggesting P11. It looks really good. It's the one thing I don't like about it is that white has so many cutting points. Like if white could play here and force black to protect the 3 stones, then white would be getting some mileage out of it. But black can immediately cut off these 5 stones. So white doesn't have the time to do that kind of move. And if white just plays all these Ataris, white's left with 3 cutting points. And they're all going to be a problem. So even if white connects here, this cutting point is still going to be a problem. For the time being, it's a ladder. But when black takes here, these 5 stones, there's not very much forcing moves. There's the peep here. It just looks very... It turns out to be a bit heavy for white. Okay, so some moves. Okay, that's good. So I guess Yuting agreed with me. Okay, Xie is playing on IGS. I don't play, well, there's the PandaNet program. That's the one that I use when I do. I'm playing more on OGS nowadays. So yeah, I agree with white's choice here. And black has a choice now. The local move could be extending on the 3rd line. Might be overdoing the territory thing. So black could extend, but also could play a hane. So black has a choice there. So let's do both of those. If black extends, white gets to push again. And the general idea is that this kind of thing would probably be okay for white. Like it's only something like 15 points that black has gained on the right side. And white's going to get some significant thickness in the center. It's probably going to be good enough. So if I was white, I would be more pressured by this move, I think. Where the cut here is still going to be a problem. So this cut. Maybe black's going to start with something like this. Just to keep it relatively simple. And these players will find something more complicated to do. But my commentary is going to be this way. This is the way I would do it. It would be more simple. I think black's getting more territory in this case. And the potential cut at this point. It seems it's working okay for black. Yeah, so, or otherwise, black could play away. Black does have the option of playing away at this point. And where would black play? Maybe something in the center of the board. It depends on how deeply what black wants to do it. So it all depends on your calculation of the score. So for instance, if black plays something like this, and this, or like this, or just somewhere in this area, it means that black is feeling that the game is going fairly well, and black's going to allow white to surround most of that area on the left side and upper side of the board. And so this would be a way that this would sort of indicate that black is feeling good about the game. Or black could be, for instance, black could just simply play here. Oops. Simply play something like this, or more deeply into white's territory. And it's not as if this is going to die very easily, but it's going to be a bit more exciting. On the left side, okay, who asked that? That's Derek Neal. Does black have any good invasion points on the left side? I would not invade on the left side for black. I would, black's probably not going to invade the left side. And you know, I can say that in these games, the way they play it, everything changes when they ignore each other. You never know, really. So it could change in a way that black gets into the left side after all. But black's not going to try to do that actively at this point. It's not something that black really wants to do. Black's more interested in maybe getting into the upper side. And so a move like this one that I'm showing here would be moving in that direction. And eventually be thinking of the peep here and stuff like that. It still is an area that's very much dominated by white. So it's going to take a lot of time for it to actually work. It's going to take a lot of work. But this is a way black would play if black is feeling a bit more adventurous about how black wants to play the game. Oh, okay. So black played the clamp here. That's interesting. And white allowed it to connect underneath. So if white plays here and black cuts, then this thing happens. It looks a bit, okay, like this maybe. It looks like it might be interesting. Black would squeeze, probably. I thought black was not going to do that. So this is one thing that might have happened. Black would probably continue somewhere in the center of the board. Probably not going to die. Or, if white plays... Black could try some other way to force, but would not really have enough momentum in this case, I don't think, to escape. So maybe it's that other variation that black was going to do, where black cuts here and pushes. So threatening the cut on this side, if white answers on this side, black does have some forcing moves there. So this would probably be okay for black. Even if black ends up sacrificing those 4 stones. Black's going to get something to the right. So this would actually be pretty good for black. and white just allowed it to connect underneath. If I were playing with white in this position, I would be a bit worried about territory. Ryuk Baduk and Shinuito are talking about the four-corner proverb. And there used to be a proverb that said, don't play Go if your opponent takes the four corners, or something like that. And that sort of changed a couple of times. So first of all, Takemiya came along, and he came along with his Cosmo style, is what people called it, where he would surround the center and give his opponent four corners and win apparently with ease. And so after Takemiya came, they changed the proverb to don't take four corners. And so people would stop at three corners when they were playing against Takemiya. And then after that, there was a period where a lot of the strongest players were very territorial oriented, and they took a lot of territory and invaded their opponent's moyo, and they started taking four corners again. But that changed again with AIs, when AIs didn't do that so much. So they don't. If we're looking at the early stages of the opening here, I'm pretty sure that AIs would not be giving black a very good score. A slight advantage maybe to white. And so a lot of people stopped playing that way. But as we're seeing here, it can be a very effective strategy. It makes the game very difficult for a lot of calculation for the size of how much territory white is going to get, because it's not very clear. None of this is secure territory, so it's more difficult to calculate that. And players who are used to playing this with black it can be very effective strategy. When I try to do this, quite often my stones die, so I don't do it so much. Right, it goes both ways. That's Stephen Hugh. So yeah, people are talking about proverbs. Proverbs, some of them are pretty clearly a good idea, and some of them sort of depend on the circumstances. Yes, so black sort of floats in here. This is another move that can be played, and I don't really think that black's in danger of getting killed here. But it could be interesting if white caps it. And this would, in this fight, black would be scooping out most of white's territory and trying to live, and it would be kind of a showdown here. It would be exciting. There's attacking and attacking. That's KJ01A is saying because amateurs don't know how to attack. Attacking is pretty complicated. Like sometimes you're trying to actually kill a group, and sometimes you're just trying to get some kind of profit. In fact, in most cases, you're trying to get profit. So if you have to kill a group, then it's a lot of pressures. It's actually very difficult. So yes, if I were playing with white, I wouldn't be wanting to surround from inside. So I would be thinking of, I would really be thinking of capping actually for the first move at least. Okay, Derek Neal was asking about the left side again. Theoretically, or even theoretically, I would not want to invade the left side. I would maybe try with, I would start with this move on the lower left, and if the ladder favored, then I could continue with this. But the ladder, it's going to be a lot of work to get the ladder to favor black because white has a number of ways to chase it, and for the time being, it's just going to be a ladder. So if it at some point black gets a stone here, for instance, and can escape from the ladder, this could be actually potentially a good move. Maybe even capturing those 6 stones that white has on the right. So this kind of thing, it would be more of an endgame follow-up move that I would be playing towards the left side. Otherwise, I just wouldn't be going in there. Okay, James Sedgwick is telling us that the AI dislikes K10. And wants to develop the 2 stones. So that I would suppose that that means that black wants to play something like this and this, or maybe the Hane. Something like this. This would be a fairly straightforward way to do it, and it would be prompting white to surround what's left of that territory, and would be just building a relatively strong group. Probably a bit more normal to jump, and if white plays here something like this. Saving this black stone on at G13 also. So black would be able to push into the white territory on this side a little bit too. Yeah, so this would probably be a relatively close game. While the game that was played in the move, okay, the move that was played in the game, that is, maybe a bit more adventurous. And white played here and pushed. So white is going to cut off those 2 black stones on the left in this variation. If black extends, white will probably follow up with this move. So white is cutting off those 2 stones on the left. So it's moving quickly. So it could be an endgame. In that case, it could be an endgame. Yes, white was calm. White isn't going after the whole thing. Looks like white's going to let those black stones on the right, let them survive, and is trying to cut off those 2 stones on the left. So who was it who was telling us that the AI wanted to do that? That's James Sedgwick. Yeah, so I think here Yuting is agreeing with your AI. Oh, Quest came in to say hello. Hi, so thank you, Quest. Who is easier to play? Well, with the black stones, it usually turns into whether you can live or not live. And black has started with a lead-in territory. So the calculations black has to do are sometimes a bit easier, whereas white has to have a game plan for how to get enough territory to catch up. So I think it's probably a bit more difficult for white to calculate how to get a win in this kind of position. So maybe I'd find myself playing black. So that was YSF Memories asking, who do I think is easier to play? So I'd say maybe black. Okay, so black extended. I guess here white does kind of have a choice of the move I suggested. And playing a Hane here, which is also a fairly large move. So it's probably one of those two. Okay. Actually, I missed that question. Will Melville is asking, does white have anything to fear with a cut at P10? And that's kind of an example of something that's probably not going to work, usually, this cut here, in which white would probably sacrifice the stones on the right. And it's probably not big enough for black to be doing that. So something like this could happen, and black would just be getting something like 10 extra points on the side of the board, and it would not be worth the extra move. So it's not something that black is going to do in the near future. But it was a good question. All right. Sandy Barnes is asking, is black trying to live in the middle or connect to below? And in this situation, I think black's going to have no trouble doing one or the other, and it sort of depends on how white comes at black. So black's either going to erase white's upper part of the center, or this area here, or otherwise black gets to connect up to those two stones on the left. So it's one of those two. And I wouldn't, if I was playing with black, I would not be so worried about these black stones at this time. I think they're pretty much okay. It's going to be a territory thing. The question is going to be whether white can catch up. Derek Neal asks, is there any chance the right white group gets into trouble? The 08 connection. And you know, that is a real possibility, because for instance, something like this could happen. This kind of thing, even this way. You can see potentially white getting into trouble here, with black having potential to cut white off somewhere. So that is something that could happen. The players are probably going to avoid that. White would not want that to happen, but it's something that white has to think about. Oh, 08 is almost a net, but not quite a net. That's saddle enough saying, so it's hard to play as black, but it was hard to play anyway, yeah. L9, L9. The L9 cut, it doesn't look so good. Let's see, how does that work? The L9 cut is, it looks like a kind of a problematic move to me. But how black does that is probably, let's see, the ladder doesn't work. Maybe even something like this would be good enough for black. With black surrounding a big territory on the lower side. I don't know. This is something that I might come up with. Black might find something a bit more exciting to do. The cut does look like it's a... I would be scared to be playing that cut at this point. It doesn't seem to match with what white was doing up to this point. But you never know. Bogcat, cat, bogat. There is a good chance that it's going to be a counting game. If you just look at black's territories, they're all pretty solid. So black has this cast here. And in order to make it have any meaning, black has to survive. So that means the game's going to be fairly close. Relatively close, and it's going to go to the end. White's left side, let's see, that's Rick Rubenstein. An estimate of white's left side. That's probably something that's important, but it's not so easy to do. A rough estimate would be something like, it depends how far you count, but something 40, 50 points if we're just this general area here on the left side of the board. And it depends on how it expands into the upper side. Black has something like more than 10 points in the upper left, about 15 points in the upper right. And this is more than 20 points in the lower right. So that's 45 plus alpha. It's probably pretty close to 50. And then there's the lower left is a bit more than 10 points. So 60 points at least for black. Okay, white's going after those two black stones. So when white does that, that's going to expand the left side a great deal. And the left side is going to be pretty big, actually. It's going to be at least 60 points. So with these territories in the center of the board, or these side territories that are spreading out to the center of the board, they have a lot of holes in them, so they're not easy to finish. But if you do manage to finish them, so like if we just assume something like this, with white finishing off the whole territory, then you get this square territory that is actually pretty big. It's really big. So like this would be, that would be 55, about 55 points just in that square area there, just this square here. And so then it's another almost 20 points probably attached to that. So it's 70, 80 points. But then if black somehow manages to save some of those stones, then it's just, you don't really know how far black's going to get into the rest of white's territory. So it's very easily reduced by 20, 30 points. Counting big areas is not easy, but you know, you can sort of get used to counting them in blocks. So squares of 5 by something, or multiples of 5 or 10. If you can envision square areas or rectangular areas like that, it's relatively easy to count. So black is still focusing on this group on the right here. Obviously, I would say it's obvious that that's the right thing to do here. And white is probably going to continue capturing those two black stones on the left. Will Melville says that I play better when I feel like I'm winning by 30 points. That means that when you're not winning by 30 points, you should probably not calculate the score. Chris Davis popped in to say hello and thank you. Thank you, Chris. Danny Motika is asking about the time settings. I know it's 3 hours each, and they probably have 1 minute overtime 5 times at the end of that. P9. P9, the peep at P9 is the same thing. So this is YSF Memories asking about the peep at P9. Black does have a long row of stones here. But if black peeps here, white's going to cover from above. And again, it's just the 2 stones on the right that black's going to get. and it's not all that satisfying. Like if black plays here, white gets to play here, white's gonna break into the territory. So that's not good. If black plays here, black can save the territory. But it's a bit low on the second line. So that's not really what black wants to do here. Black would prefer to be forcing, for instance, from the center, threatening to do stuff like this next and attack the whole white group. Or, for instance, to be playing from this side. Okay. For instance, to be playing from this side and getting some forcing moves from the center, just improving black's position in the center. This kind of idea, although it's probably not going to happen this conveniently. Black does have the general idea that black would like to be playing these forcing moves, and when black does attack white, black wants to be doing it on a larger scale like this. So this would be more forceful, a stronger way to attack. In fact, playing the hanging connection is something that black could do immediately. And this is something that I would be willing to consider playing immediately. It's not only a big move, it is threatening white to a certain degree. Or black could start from moves like this. This kind of move also would be a relatively safe way to play. Okay, back to that variation here. This variation, since it ends in gote for black, black's not going to have any time to aim at this cut at the that's O11. It's white's turn. Any move that white plays in this area is going to be effective in attacking black in the center of the board, and so it's not a really realistic threat to cut again at O11. And you can see that white's connected up in the center here. I think this has reinforced white too much, and even if okay, this one doesn't work because it's a net, so that didn't work. But later on, white can aim at that cut there too. So I don't think this is profiting enough. But I would be willing to consider this move. This would be a relatively slow move, but it would also have some threats attached to it. So this would be one move I would consider. Or if I felt really good about the game, I would be playing something a bit more tight. Probably not the best move though. I think this might arguably a move like this or a move like this, reinforcing the center and looking to attack white next on a larger scale. This would also be looking at this move here. And the potential to, for instance, something like this with the potential to cut white off there. It looks like there's some possibilities for black. So I would be looking at one of these two hanging connections. This one or this one. Maybe this one. This would have the value of giving black a fairly strong shape in the center and also threatening white a little bit. And that's calculation. You have to calculate it more precisely than I was doing, showing you the variation there. But it does look like it has some possibilities. Stephen, who remarks that they're both playing quickly. I think Xie, when I've seen Xie playing, he seems to be a fairly quick player. He seems to play quickly all the time. I remember Xie Ke was playing against him in a different tournament earlier this year. And Xie Ke was getting into that was in the Ing Cup. So you actually had to buy your extra time with points. And so Xie Ke was paying points to get extra time because he was in time trouble because Xie Ke was playing so quickly. Okay, YSF Memories is asking, is it possible for black to try something in the left, in the bottom left? H13 or H13 looks adventurous. F13ish area. That's all very adventurous. But it's something that will come after black has reinforced the center a little bit. So for instance, if we assume some kind of a this sequence would be working really well for black, in that black would already have eye space and would probably continue with something in the center. But after reinforcing like this, maybe it would be okay for black to start thinking about moves like this and in reducing the left side also. But I would prioritize strengthening this black group in the center of the board. And I think that's what black is doing here. Thalnov thinks the game is over. I think that implies that he thinks that black is winning. I would tend to think it's good for black, but I haven't actually calculated it, the score. That's 27, 30. Black has about 65 points. But that white side, the left side there, if it becomes a white territory, that's really big. That's a big white area there. So there's still some question as to whether white's going to be able to finish that off. So for instance, let's try to find something a little better for white. For instance, if white plays something like this, this is going to be a ko probably. It's going to get messy. But white would really like to surround the whole left side. Let's just have something just perfect for white. Something like this where white is playing all the key points. If white gets a territory like this is going to be really big. It's when you get the square shape like this, it's going to be really big. So that's probably in the vicinity of 70 points. So if white gets this territory, it's probably good for white. Like I was saying, black has something like 65. In this variation, black probably even has less than that. So this would obviously be a win for white. And so what happens is that when white plays something like this, it's going to turn into a big co-fight, and I don't really know what's going to happen. It's going to get messy. And white does have to worry about that group in the center, so maybe I'd start with the peep here, just to give white some extra space. But white does have to worry about that group. And so there's complications that could happen with that white group and the territory on the left side. And when white plays this move, it's going to be a ko on the lower side. I don't think black's going to connect there. And so various things happening, definitely not the game over. Eric Bailey is asking, how do I count so fast? It's just I'm estimating. It's not all that accurate. Stephen, who is saying that you can't take AI percentages too seriously. That's very true. So like you can have a position like this. Okay. I'm working well with Yuting today. He's playing a lot of moves. Actually, Xie Ke played my move too, so maybe I'm in good form. Sometimes the AI will give you something more than 90%, and if it's a close game, you can play a mistake that loses 1 point, and that will go down to close to 50 or even losing. Like towards the end of the game, in a game that's really close, the AI is sufficiently, you might say, confident of its result that is going to give an extremely high percentage, which would never be it's hard to understand for humans, I think. And so you learn about that if you the Dawn Slayer is saying he prefers point values over percentages. Oh, Chris Davis, thank you for the present. Thank you very much. And I was saying the Dawn Slayer, he prefers point value. I prefer seeing both of them. So like in some of the interfaces, you can show both the point value and the percentage. And you can see both of them at the same time. Karago does give a point value. So that's what I like about Karago. And you can see that in some cases, it's a half-point difference when you have this huge percentage win. And it's for a human player, that winning that half point is not so easy. So it's not, the percentage value does not really work for human players. And then it can be something like 70-80% and a much larger difference in points, only it's a more difficult fight. And so the computer's giving less winning percentage for the difference in points. Okay, so white probably has a choice of yes, Chinese rules. It must be Chinese rules. I didn't bother to check that actually, but it's got to be Chinese rules with what I would call 7.5 point komi. That's 3 3/4 stones in the Chinese rules. It's the same thing. So white protected the right side. So white's protected the right side. It does have the added value of getting rid of that cut that everyone was worried about. In this case, white can capture that stone, those two stones. So white's all connected up, and black is going to do something on the left side of the board. I think but I would want to try something on the left side. Like if black is going to play peacefully, then black could, if black is going to play peacefully and head to an endgame, black could play something like this and just reduce. But if black wants to mix it up a little bit more, black could do something like this. Ryuk Baduk is saying it's a high komi. It's a high komi, but the Chinese rules, in some cases, I think that they give black a slight advantage compared to Japanese rule. The way they count the score, it's slightly different. It gives it, in some cases, there's a slight difference there. It probably makes up for the big komi to a certain degree. And just the Chinese rules just don't work with a 6.5 komi. Okay, black is playing slow. They're heading into an endgame here. So this is a big move, and it's reducing the value of moves like this later when we get into this covariation. It's going to give black, for instance, the option of playing on this side, and with that stone that's still marked here, the triangle, there's not really any good follow-up for white. So it's reducing the extra value of the ko for white, because without that stone there, just to go back a move, without the ko there, without that stone there, of course, there would be the added value of white taking away the corner territory like this with the hane at 8. So, so having that stone there is reducing the value of white playing that Atari in the ko. And then black escaped from the center. So that order of moves there was sort of interesting. You can see black is reducing the danger of white playing this Atari. He's reducing the value of that move. And I think that h16, that's Will Melville asking about playing at h16. My take on that is it's probably just not good enough. So just going back one more move, that would be this one. It would allow white to surround the territory. That's a good border for white. So if white gets to play both of these moves again, this would be another winning scenario for white. I'm pretty sure that I'm right in saying that this would be a win for white. Lion Walker, what about the left side? Can black make a base there? I would not say so. So many people want to make a base on the left side. It just looks impossible to me. Oh. Yes, I think I agree with Sandy Barnes that there's too many white stones on the left side for black to try to live. But we're seeing black starting something there in the center area, which could eventually lead to black sort of sliding into the left side from the center. Okay, are these 9Ps? They should be 9-dan pros. I'm pretty sure Yuting is a 9-dan pro. A few months ago, I think Xie Ke was an 8-dan. But sometimes it's sort of hard to tell with the Chinese pros. I think he's promoted to 9-dan. They're super strong anyway. That's all I need to know about them. Yes. Rick Rubenstein is that's a sort of unnatural shape move that black just played, and it's hard for amateurs to find. And I think Rick is talking about this move black plays here. It's backwards. It's a position where, looking from the lower side, black's natural move is the one that I didn't agree with. It's this move. But in this position where the center in general is just so big, if white manages to finish off the center like this, it would be too much territory. Maybe this way. It would be too much territory. There are some cases where you just ignore the local shape. So this is not a shape move by far. But black is just saying that that area that white is trying to build is more important than anything that happens on the lower side. It's an unusual case. Exactly. Koga 108 is saying that Yuting was a world champion, and it was in this tournament, I believe. So that makes him a 9-dan. That makes sense. I don't believe Xie Ke has been a world champion yet, but in recent Chinese articles, I think I saw him listed as a 9-dan. So maybe he's a 9-dan. The actual dan of a pro, the rank of a pro, is not as important as it used to be. Andrew Chen is asking why no picture of Mi Yuting, and I was just picking it off the CyberOro server and expecting that they would have a picture there. So I was sort of surprised not to see it. Just look at the thumbnail for this video. I found a fairly good picture of him for that. YSF Memories is asking, when you're playing, he says, do you usually try to aim to get an advantage, or do you play patiently and wait until your opponent makes a mistake? And one thing I've learned by studying with AIs is that top professionals make mistakes all the time. So it's human to make mistakes, I guess. So I don't really focus on that. It's not something that important, but I know that both players will make mistakes, and I don't worry about it. And so I think when I was younger, earlier in my career, I would try to get an advantage and had a problem with playing overplays. But the fact that I see mistakes happening all the time, it's sort of I sort of learned that it's not all that important to hurry and try to get an advantage. It's just better to try to play the best moves. So maybe I'm changing in that I play a bit more patiently than I used to. Yeah, this chat is getting exciting. Okay. Lino Walker is asking, is there a difference between the way Chinese pros play and the way Korean pros play? And there used to be a huge difference between Chinese, Korean, and Japanese pros. Just because they did not have so many opportunities to compete with each other. And so I had this theory, hypothesis that people just tended to imitate the strongest player in their group or in their country. But that changed with the use of the internet, because pros play each other all the time on the internet now. A lot of casual games, and there's not so much difference between. I don't see that much difference between Korean and Chinese players anymore. Okay, so let's see. What was the other question that I found interesting? Rook Duke is asking, he's wondering if Chochkun could still take just 4 stones from God if AI can give 2. I think AIs can already win with 2 stones, probably giving 2 or 3 stones to top pros now. So that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. Right? Rishadang Port is asking if I've ever played Katago or any of the AIs. I generally don't take a handicap. It's more fun to play an even game, but I don't have much success with that. I did try, I'm not sure it's the same. I know it's definitely not the same weights anymore. But there was a point where I could play mirror copycat Go, Manengo, and have some success against some of the top AIs, but it's probably not so true anymore. And at this point, it's the final, so it's the final 2 players in the tournament, and the winner is going to be the champion. So let's see, who was it? Oh yes, and that's been okay. The chat is moving quickly. Yes, and Stephen, who is saying that KJ got taken out by Fantingyu in the quarterfinals. So there was a question about KJ earlier. Okay, there's UW10 is player is asking, is there a player you think has shown incredible improvement due to the advent of AI? And I think that's true of all of the younger players. A general weakness of younger players is that they don't have very sound positional judgment. So in positions where it's very difficult to calculate, experienced players have always had a kind of a positional judgment that is sort of intuitive just from experience. And that was a big advantage that players who had just been around a long time would have. So players like myself, I've been around for a few decades, would have this great advantage from experience. It turns out that what people can learn from AIs is at least as good as that. And so they're getting that experience very quickly, experience that would have taken them tens of years to build on their own. And they're getting the answer there. It gives them a much more flexible style. And a lot of the weaknesses that a relatively young player would have disappeared because of AI. So I think that it's all of the younger players, anyone below 20 or in their low 20s. I have tea. That's Sandy Barnes asking if I have tea. I have tea. Yes, the tea suji of Chojikun. The famous tea suji. Okay, so this is a position where the question is, how is black going to connect those stones? That one space jump is not connected. And how does black connect it? Black has three choices. Oh, black chooses this one. Okay. So this is the most greedy one. Stephen Hugh is making another good point. Even for a world champion, it's very difficult to keep up with the younger players. They have these, as Stephen says, they have these 50, 60 moves sequences that could actually happen in their games. And if you get into that slot where your opponent has it all memorized, then it's pretty lethal even for a professional player, because the answers that the AIs give are so accurate and so much better than what humans can come up with sometimes. If your opponent has already researched it with an AI and you're getting into that exact variation, then that's bad news. Okay, the Hunter report says Go Sagan is the only player who is most similar to AI. And I sort of agree with that, but it's partly because Go Sagan's opening was already very modern, and he was actually a bit ahead of his times. So it was still sort of at the edge of modern. When he was retired and he was about to die, he was still sort of ahead of the rest of the players. And so he had this opening that is sort of similar to what people are doing with AIs now. So that's how his game sort of resembled it, because he had very flexible ideas later also, which made him look sort of like an AI. And there were other players who had these similarities. Only if you go back in history, like Go in Japan has a very rich history, several hundreds of years of actual professional play. So they had professionals back in the Edo era, which is 300-400 years ago. And these were very strong players, but they played a completely different opening from what we play now. And that makes their games look different. And I think all of these players who come to the top, the pinnacle of the Go world, there is a relatively short period in their careers where they're playing some moves that are very similar to what an AI would come up. They're just playing good moves, so it makes them look like AI sometimes. But it doesn't last so long. Even for a top player, it's a relatively short period of time. The peak of his career. Rishadan Port is asking, was Go named after Go Sagan? I'm afraid not. Actually, the character in Chinese script or Japanese is a different character, so it's not even the same word. Gosagen is the Japanese pronunciation of his Chinese name. It's the same meaning. I think Gosagen is the name he's known by throughout the world. Okay, so what black has saved these stones, and if white connects here, maybe black is thinking of saving these stones too. And this would be very, very exciting because black's group in the center we're not sure it's going to live now. So something like this might happen. Black probably has to do something on the lower side too. And this looks super dangerous. So this is something that could be an exciting variation, where black would get one eye in the center here. I'm not even sure white has to do that. So maybe white could play on this side. This could actually be very dangerous for black. The fact that white is pausing here probably means he's also thinking of this move, which I would not really advise. This would be backing off a little bit. It would be giving black... if white wins with this, maybe he's going to play it, but it would be losing some points probably. Just the fact that black gets to reduce white's territory in the center and gets a nice position on the outside. This looks satisfying for black. So only if white had a very clear win would white choose to do that. Okay, white connected. Oh, Mr. Hunter Guy is asking, are there any Go apps that I recommend? Depends really what you want to do. I think that does white have to kill for a win? Go apps. Let's see. Not really. I think all you have to do is play Go on the net. You could play on OGS or something. I like the collection that OGS has of problems. So if you like to do problems, you could do problems there. Or you could just watch my videos. I put out a daily problem on YouTube. It's either it's life and death or it's Tetsuji. Or you can get an AI. So you could get Katago. You could get, what I use is Lizzie, just because it works fairly well for the review. If you want to just put in moves and see what the AI does with it. There's the Kifu, the Smart Go app, the Go Kifu thing. The Smart Go puts out some great apps if you're looking for professional games collections and pattern recognition. There's a little pattern recognition in Smart Go, and there's Smart Go Books that puts out some great books. Yes, Smart Go is iOS. Smart Go Kifu is iOS. There's also some Smart Go apps that work on Windows. Yes, or you can get Lizzie. Yes, Lizzie. I think it comes packed with Katago and Lila 0. And I mostly use Katago just because it gives points values as well as the the computer percentage score. And playing is important too. Like, I think if you're going to be a professional player, like if you have to maintain professional strength, you have to do all sorts of things. You have to study life and death. You have to study Tesuji, that kind of stuff. You probably have it all memorized, but you probably have to refresh it too. You want to study other people's games. In this case, that's probably changing to AI games now. And you have to play. You have to do all of those things if you're a pro, because you don't really want to have any weak points. But if you're an amateur, you can probably still improve a lot just by doing the things you enjoy most. So if you like to play, just play a lot of games. That should be good enough. Or if you don't like to play, you can study life and death and stuff like that. Yes, Chris Davis is right. Smart Go does have a lot of great books that a lot of them have gone out of print, and they got an opportunity to come back to life in Smart Go. So that was something that Smart Go did, and they've changed you used to have to get the app, which was a purchase, but they've changed it to so that you can get EPUB format books, so you can just read it without even having the app. You can read it. So that's a great improvement. And some of the best books in English in history that just went out of print just because the market is so small. They went out of print, but they've come back to life in Smart Go. Tholanoff is saying it's past 12. Okay. I wonder where that is. Is it the east coast of America? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, well, if they both use up all of their time, this game could go on for a few more hours. So yeah, definitely if you want to get sleep, you should probably go to bed now. Hero Brian April is asking, is Leela Zero a one-dan pro? I think AlphaGo is maybe the only AI that was actually given a diploma when it beat Lee Sedol. But yeah, it's just super strong. Derek Neal asks if I'm going to do any more streams like the Dosaku game review. There's going to be a few more videos of my games, and then I'll probably just I'll try to do more streams. So maybe I'll start doing in a month or so. I'll start doing streams of my games and some historical games too. So yeah, look forward to it. I'll be trying to do that. Chris Davis asks, is the Japanese book market experiencing a drought? And I would say, yeah, it's a very difficult time for books in print, just because there's so much digital information. The books aren't selling as well as they used to. That probably would be a reason for your observation that the U.S. market is not getting so many translations. It's just there's less books. Fledermaus, am I pronouncing that right? Is saying good morning from Europe. I guess in Europe it's pretty early in the morning still. It's something like 5 o'clock, I suppose. 5 o'clock in GMT plus 0. Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is sort of going along the lines that I'd expected. So, yeah, that reminds me of the time I said that in a game between Lee Sedol and AlphaGo, and it turned me into a Sith Lord. There was a meme with me being a Sith Lord. Someone has to look that up and find it. And that was great. But white can play here and here, and something like this is going to be forcing. It looks like, I think this is forcing, maybe white's going to jump. So it's this variation with black doing something like this to save the lower side. Oh, maybe black doesn't have to do that. It looks mighty dangerous. So the question is whether black is going to survive in the center and on the side. So it's a bit of a tricky situation here. Yeah, Darth Redmond. Yeah, I really like that one. Jackson Fitzsimmons asks, "Do I have a pet Joseki that I personally love to play over the years?" That's an interesting question, and I think I sort of did. I had when my opponent would play a high approach move to my 3/4 point, I would play a one space pincer, and I really like to play that Joseki. And that Joseki is one of the Josekis that has sort of disappeared from Go with the coming of AIs. It's just not played anymore. It's not giving very good points. It's gone. So I guess I've stopped playing it. So nowadays, I guess it was this Joseki in the lower right. I did a lot of research on this Joseki. Again, with black playing an attachment. Again, I mean white playing an attachment against the black corner enclosure. This was a lot of fun just researching the variations of this Joseki. And it's something that white can actually use. It's something that works to a certain degree, depending on the board position. So it's something that I had a lot of fun with, and I played it a number of times with white with some success. So I'd say maybe that's my favorite Joseki right now. But you know, people were talking about flexibility before. You have to be flexible in this day and pick up the new moves that are played by computers and other pros. Yeah, everything proceeding as I had foreseen. And it was a sinister plan in the Star Wars movie. Rook Baduk was asking, have you ever noticed mistakes in Kata's analysis? It's really so those games, most of the time they were a half point difference. The games that AlphaGo played against itself, especially the AlphaGo Zero games, they were really complicated, and they seemed to be a half point difference, whatever happened. And it's really hard to tell. Basically, it's just very difficult to say. Hmm. Okay, people are talking about Go books. Robert Chi, I suppose, asking if any good English Go books. And I sort of, I have some books, but I sort of moved away from books when I started doing videos. Videos, I think, are more effective. They're just a better way, I think, to give information. Koga 108 is wondering if AI killed pros' creativity. I hope not. I think that's something that we have yet to see. It's going to change, and there are some of the top players who play variations that are not, the first move is not apparently suggested by an AI, but they've researched the following variations. So they can start with something that they like to play and then use an AI to sort of perfect that. And that's something I see some players seem to be doing. Flater Mouse says that Yuting was known for his Joseki inventions. So, for instance, there was a variation of the three-point invasion. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. I'm agreeing with a lot of the chat, but it's really hard to follow up. It's getting very difficult to have opinions on some of these things. It's so. Okay, White's choice here at this point. Let's go back to the game. White's choice here is whether to take away eyes from Black's group in the center immediately, or to protect White's shape in the center. So a move like this. The question is, would this be forcing against Black's group on the lower side? So if Black plays something like this, Black can actually probably escape here. And okay, White has 3 liberties, and Black has something like 5. So there's the question of whether White can play this as a forcing move. So if White plays here, Black would play here. It looks like Black can escape. In this case, Black would play like this. And again, this would be only 3 liberties for White, so it's not enough. Oops, not like that, no. So let's finish that. And so there's also the option of starting with the center. And if Black tries something like this, then White would sort of naturally be attacking Black's lower group while attacking the center too. So this looks like it's going to work for White. And this kind of thing is probably just too dangerous for Black, even if White has to put a stone back here. In actual play, White might play here. So this is just, this is going to be bad for Black. So White has the option of trying to take away Black's eyes in the center first. It might be a good idea. But there's a lot of calculation involved in this, so it's not all that easy. Okay, YSF Memories has an interesting question. Asking if I think the AI style of play and Joseki's are specific to Komi. They might change a little bit, but I think I actually played around with that a little bit. You can do that with the Lizzie interface and Katago. You can change the game value, the Komi value. You can actually change the Komi value. It doesn't seem to change the way Katago plays. So maybe it doesn't change so much. Text Hive asks, has anyone found an answer as to why AIs never open on the 3-3 point? And I think that there, in some of the games that DeepMind disclosed that AlphaGo had played, when they were, I guess it was when they were doing the AlphaGo 0 thing, they had various versions, the 20 block version and the 40 block version, I think it was, of AlphaGo 0. And some of those games actually did have 3-3 points in them for the first move in a corner. And so it did play some. And those moves will not be that bad. Like they don't really reduce the score that drastically, I don't think. So it's not something that I really worry about. The fact that that they all play the star point. It doesn't mean that I have to play the star point all the time. Who looks good here? Well, this is black has reduced the left side significantly. So I think if we're just looking at territory, I'd say black looks okay. But it looks so dangerous. I would be worried about losing one of these two black groups. And I think white probably has to play pretty aggressively here anyway. Okay, Yukta Baduk said, talking about the results in AI tournaments, I think it was Lila and Katago, they're not necessarily doing so well in the AI tournaments, as far as I remember. But the important thing is that they're much more accessible. You can get them for free, and you can put them on your own computer. So they're a bit more accessible than most of the others. Fine art is strong, but you have to be on a server and use it on the server, and it's somewhat limited in how you can use it. So you can see it can show you variations, but it's more difficult to force the variations. It's not so easy. So you can't ask it questions to the same extent that you can ask questions of Katago or Lila on your own computer. Mm-hmm. Unit 27 asks a very difficult but good question. What would you recommend for someone who feels their improvement has stagnated? That's a good question. I think that basically when you stagnate or have trouble improving, quite often it's because you're not innovating very much. You're playing the same game every time. And so changing the way you play the opening, just trying new things usually does the trick for me. That's what I would do in most cases. Just playing with things that you're actually not comfortable with, or just experimenting with the opening or your playing style. That would be what I would do. Mm-hmm. And Stephen, who put that, I think he's saying basically the same thing that I was trying to say. Put it very well. Bottlenecks are usually overcome by reinventing your game and way of thinking. Very good. Mm-hmm. So what is white trying to do here? This attachment is kind of a strange move. But white's going, after black connects to the right of that, let's do it on the board. After black connects, white's probably going to continue here. So just the kind of the satisfaction of putting black in this clumpy shape. Something like this, maybe. It probably doesn't, the marked stone there, that is still marked, that forcing black to connect at 1. In some cases, it will be taking away a liberty from black. So there's some sense there, some reason there. But in most cases, it probably won't change things very much. Probably won't have much effect. It does make a difference in the future when black tries to push into white's territory here. Sometimes white will be able to cut here with a bamboo joint. So sometimes it works that way. But that would be later in the game after black has saved all of these groups. Yes. Other people are making some great suggestions also. Brian Coutinho saying you can get your games reviewed by stronger or similar strength players. Generally, when you want someone to teach you, in many cases, it's good to have someone who's relatively close to your own strength. So maybe two or three stones stronger than yourself. And that player will be saying stuff that you can understand. Like if you're talking to someone who is way stronger than yourself, sometimes you don't understand what that person is trying to say. Okay, this is a tough name for me. Juan Sebastian Lechasser. Thank you for your present. And sorry for my pronunciation. Yeah. AI giving, that's David Wu saying that AI can give other AI handicaps if there's a hardware difference. Also, there is a tendency for the games to get close anyway. So in a lot of the AIs that I've been seeing, maybe not so much of the most modern versions of them, but there's a tendency for the game to get really close. So if there's a slight advantage in hardware or the number of replays and stuff like that, then after it gets close, the stronger one will win anyway. So the handicap doesn't really make any difference in that case. Okay, so white is threatening both the lower side and let's see, how is this going to work? Let's have black protect the center. And the question is, can white kill black on the lower side? So white's going to play here and pull back. Let's try this one first. This looks so dangerous for black. So this, for the time being, it's a ladder, but black can play here. Let's see how this turns out. Oh, that's not working for black, is it? So that's connected. It means that white can just play here and has captured this one stone in the ladder. So let's do that one again. And black cannot connect. So that worked. And maybe white could capture with this move too, but this would maybe be a bit more complicated when black, I guess it's the same thing. Yeah, so black has to answer on the lower side. Let's see if the game, okay, so black has to answer somewhere on the lower side. And white's going to try to kill black in the center. So it's like this. And black cannot connect there. So white could maybe even just play on this side. Looks so dangerous for black. Derek Newell, thank you. Derek Newell is really plugging my Patreon page, so maybe I should put the link in again. Thank you, Derek. Yeah. Not completely understanding Yup Baduk's chat. Possibly for one to constantly update its network. So we're talking about AIs here. And they do. They constantly update their networks, their weights. Yeah, it doesn't look like a peaceful game here, especially in my variations. But it's so dangerous for black. White does have a lot of holes in white's territory on the left side of the board. It means that if everything settles down, white will have a lot of issues with black pushing through like this and stuff like that. It's just terribly bad Aji, and white's probably not going to have enough territory. So white is probably fairly serious about killing black at this point. One weakness in white's position is that at some point, if black can play here, there is some potential for white to be in a shortage of liberties on the outside. Just with a little bit, so if white does stuff like this, if white's careless, then black gets to squeeze from this side. So this is an example of how it would be working for black. But I don't think it's gonna... There's a lot of things that have to work well for black to make this actually happen. For instance, the original push through and cut, it's not usually going to be forcing. Okay, so we have a move that black played was this one. So this is indirectly saving black's group on the lower side. And if white plays here, no longer this works. So in this case, black would cut here. Maybe not that way, maybe this way. Black would cut here and cut here. Let's see, how is that working? It's four liberties. And black has 5. I think this looks like it's going to work for black if we get into something like this. An interesting... I think it's working for black. So it's indirectly saving that black group. If white tries this way, this is not going to fall. This is going to fall apart. So yeah, in this case, it's going to be difficult for white to surround that black group. And white answered with this move. And so black will be able to connect here. But white still has a number of forcing moves against that black group in the center of the board. So white will probably just... Let's see, will white play here? I'm still doubtful about the life of that black group. But white probably has to kill it, so there's some pressure on white too. Okay, Derek Newell is asking, could black have ignored the peep? And if we're talking about this peep or this peep, then the answer is probably no. Oh, white backed up. Now this is actually threatening to kill black in the center. Let's see, I believe I'm correct in saying that. So if black does something on the other side, in this case, white's going to win the race to capture. Black only has 3 liberties now. Or if black cuts here, maybe this way. This is going to be okay for white too. Oh no, not that way, this way. This is going to be okay for white. White's going to win by 1 move. So by adding a stone there, white is threatening to capture that black root. Okay, so black is going to have to answer that. Let's say black plays something like this. Now white has no issues with Damezmari, shortage of liberties. So white can go ahead and do something like this. Let's say, how is white going to cut? White can cut this way. And even cover here. Yeah, that's no problem. So that's cut. And at this stage of the game, it looks so dangerous for black. White doesn't have to worry about the boundaries of white's territory, so white can just go ahead and take away black's eye space. And I don't see where black's going to make eyes. So it looks very dangerous. If I was black, I would be in trouble. People are talking about races to capture, semi-eyes. Semi-eye technique is... oh wow, white peeped there. So that was a safety first move. I wasn't actually seeing how black was going to make 2 eyes there. Maybe he was afraid of move something like... Let's make a variation there. Maybe he was thinking black could live with something like this. So this is really borderline between living and not living. Maybe it was a bit dangerous for white. So in order to kill this, white would be doing stuff like this. For instance, this kind of variation. And it would be a bit borderline between killing or not killing. So he's playing a safety first move by playing here. Let's see. And if black connects, it's going to be a lot more difficult for black to live there in this variation. So this is what white's plan is. In this case, it's going to be just dead. And so he's saying that if black plays to connect to the outside, something like this maybe, then white's going to cut here, and that's going to be... It's probably going to be big enough. White has surrounded the territory on a fairly good scale here. And is fixing all the weaknesses I was talking about earlier also. So the limit of what black can do is something like that. White already has this bamboo joint in the center. This is going to be a big territory. And more than 70 points. So white is playing in a fashion that seems to indicate that he has the score calculated. And maybe that's right. So white peeps here. Probably looking difficult for black. Sure, white wants to kill both center groups, but I don't think it's going to happen anymore. Like if black connects there, I would be afraid for the black root. I think the black root would probably die. Oh, Kevin Coleman is asking, when I play a game, Or when you play a game, are you keeping a tally of co-threats and their sizes throughout the game, or do you usually only assess that if you suspect a co coming? So in this game, actually, I wasn't really focusing on it consciously. It's the type of this is the type of game where black has a lot of solid territories and white has no co-threats to speak of. And black doesn't have any co-threats either. So this is the kind of a game where probably there's no co-threats for either side. But in general, it's a good idea to have some kind of idea of how many co-threats are hanging around. And quite often I sort of have a feel for who has more co-threats, and it will change how I set things up. If I'm trying to threaten a co or something like that, I will have an eye on the co-threats that I might have. In this game, I probably wasn't paying that much attention to it. Probably less attention than I should have, but that's also because it's just the type of game where definitely white does not have very many co-threats. White's only options are to kill one of these center groups, basically. And we have a Korean name talking in Chinese. And I think the comment is about the proverb about four corners. Nowadays, people don't take four corners very much. So maybe it was a losing strategy. So I do have a kind of an estimate of the remaining time of the players, and it looks like they're pretty much even, but me Yuting, it says 147 left, 1 hour and 47 minutes left for me Yuting, and 1 hour and 26 left for Xie Ke. And the numbers I'm looking at are not very reliable, but they do give a general idea of how much time the players are spending. Yes, counterattacking for black. That's Derek Neal saying, can black counterattack? I'm having trouble finding anything like that. It's just that white has such that white's so strong just about everywhere. It's difficult for black to find a counterattack. Go Game Guru, thank you. Thank you for, yeah, I did, I'm in the prelim A now, in probably 1 or 2 tournaments, I forget. And KJ is not doing so well now. It's just that the process of younger players coming up and defeating the established stronger players, it's happening so quickly now. It's just, I think that's something to do with the AIs too. It's just the fact that they're improving so much more quickly. Right. James Sedgwick says that the AI doesn't show the just connect to the bottom option, and that even I would agree that I don't think this looks like it's going to be good enough. And I think the other variation is probably going to die. But this is the one that maybe has some more potential to be exciting. So maybe black will try something slightly different with one, and then black is going to have to connect at 3 anyway. I don't really see how this is going to work for black. Let's just try to do something relatively. This would be relatively complicated. Black probably has to get off the expected course here. It still looks, this white group on the right has potential to live. I just don't really see this working for black anyway. Okay. Yes. Alan Cowell asking if I'm retired from Go competitions. No, I'm still playing in the elimination tournaments. Just not having as much success as I would like to. And going back to talk about where black must have lost, if we're going to assume that black's going to lose here, I'd like to go back just a little bit. I think if white got to split black like this, and black eventually had to save both groups, that looks like a kind of a very dangerous development anyway for black. When black is trying to save both groups here, and is getting into trouble. So if we, and of course that was a calculation of territory. Black just had to do this to keep in the game. So if we're going to say that, I think we go back to this move here and say that black had to do something more connecting up with these stones on the left. So something like this maybe. And would still have some potential to reduce white in the center. So let's see. Stuff like this this would have been a more consistent approach without getting cut off like it did in the game. So maybe this area, this is what I would investigate first. I'd probably ask an AI also after studying it myself. The problem is that the AIs give you the result and you lose your opportunity to think about it yourself. So I try to study it myself first and then ask the AI. So that's an important order of operations there. But the fact that white cut off black here and black could not afford to sacrifice those 2 stones on the left is sort of a bad sign. If it sort of it rings a bell to me that something's wrong here if black cannot afford to sacrifice those stones on the left. Black should have connected up to them to start with. So here we are. We're still at this point in the game. Max Peterson is asking about the time. It's 3 hours. Yes. Thank you. YSF memory is filled in there. Yeah. Very good. Yeah, I think I have trouble finding any good move for black. He probably still has plenty of time left. So he might be taking some time to try to find some way to squirm his way out of this. He needs to find something good. Yes, I think actually black did have to. That's Derek Neal asking, is it really true that black could not sacrifice those two stones on the left? And I think if we go back to this point where white has protected the right side, and if we assume, for instance, this variation that I was making, something like this is probably not going to be good enough for black. It's actually a pretty big territory, so it's something like 70 points if I remember correctly. It's a big territory. Yeah, this looks so dangerous. Okay, we're stuck here. I don't think he's going to play for a while. Maybe he's in trouble. Thank you, Byron. The N7 move lost a lot of percentage for black. So N7 was the Kosumi? No, it was this one. Oh, that's the move that I like, though. That's a pity. So we're talking about this move? So let's see. This move, this is N7. Oh, M7. Oh, it is M7. Okay, good. This move lost a lot of percentage for black, and black should have played somewhere close to the two lonely black stones. So that would be a move similar to the game move like this. Or J14, J14. Here. Maybe something like this. It looks really dangerous for black. So like a computer might say something like that, and I would be pretty sure that if I tried it, it would not work. So yeah, from the human point of view, there's something wrong already. So it's that's something that we're sometimes, the computer can be right. Objectively, like the computer can, I believe that the computer might have, you might say, some kind of a calculation that works. I'm pretty sure in actual play that I would mess up anyway if I did that. And so there's some moves that are suggested by the computer that I'm just not gonna. I want to do something different earlier on. This might be one of those cases. And okay, so Clayton is asking, did black resign? And I don't think so. At least not according to the server that I'm looking at. I'm looking at two servers, so if black resigned, it should show up on at least one of them. So I think maybe he's just taking a lot of time on this in this move. Let's see if I can see something here. Let's see if I can get some more information. Looks like the clock is still running. He's probably still playing. Right, exactly. David made a point here that sometimes in chess also, one side is under pressure, and from the human viewpoint, it's really bad. But the computer doesn't think it's as bad as the human player would. The peep at 06. Yeah, the peep probably doesn't do very much. It's a forcing move. My feeling is that, like, if black manages to push through here once and something like this, maybe black can force with this one. So this, still it looks so difficult. Basically because white's group on the right it's not so weak. And it's sort of in, the corner is getting into trouble now. It could get complicated, but it's looking very difficult for black. Okay, that's L17. No, no, I don't think so. Hmm. Koga108 is asking, this is a best of 5. He's asking if it was it a best of 3, but it's a best of 5. And the games are scheduled for today and tomorrow. I'll be doing a live stream tomorrow. And then after that, there's a rest day. And then there'll be 2 more games if it's not concluded. And then another rest day, and then a final game. I think that makes it the 5th of May, the final game. The AI is showing variations where black connects to the top left. That's James Sedgwick. Those must be pretty wild variations. The top left looks a bit distant. A bit distant. Yeah, the best of 5. That it does say, doesn't it? So yes, you will see me tomorrow if you come. Yeah, suddenly we're not getting any moves. Yeah, so I think to stay in the game, yes, black has to play this. I wasn't seeing this in the variations shown, but I think white wants to cut this way. Maybe not. Maybe just here immediately. So there was someone making a fairly interesting variation for that one. So maybe this is the fight that's going to happen, where black tries stuff like this. Yeah, I don't think he's ready to resign yet. There's still some complications that could happen. Okay, and they do not have a. James Sedgwick is asking, is it lunch? Um, it's time for lunch. Yes, but I'm going to hang in here for a little bit more. I don't think the players get a lunch break in this game. M5 is something that a pro would think about. Yes. YSF Memories asking, would a pro think of M5 or M4? Those are moves that I would be thinking about. And Juan Sebastian Lechassier, I'm probably mangling the name, sorry. The rules in Japan for long games played over 2 days, and how do they prevent the use of AI? So that's interesting. They just take away all of the electronic devices that the players have when they usually go to some hotel, and so they give up all their electronic devices, and generally they're never alone unless they've gone back to sleep in their rooms. So theoretically, they have it covered. There are some weak points in the plan there, but I guess it's working well enough. I would have trouble eating lunch in this board position, actually, if I was black. So maybe I should take a short break so I can have something. Yeah, everyone reminded me about lunch. I'm getting hungry now. So I'll take a short break, and if the game suddenly ends, I'll be back to finish it off. Um, but otherwise, I'll be back in, let's say about half hour. Let's make it 20 minutes. So, I'll be back in a few minutes. Hope everyone enjoys the game. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Is the sound back now? So I'm back. They did manage to play some moves. So let's get back to the game. Let's move a few moves back to where I left you. So it was like this, and black played the net-like move. This is one of the moves that could have been considered. And I was thinking black had to continue in some kind of an aggressive fashion, maybe starting with a move here, or trying to force with the bamboo joint maybe, and push through here or something like that. And it didn't look so good for black, but I thought black had to try something like this. While in the game, black simply played here to connect. And white could have saved these stones, but just didn't bother. This is already, it's a win for white, apparently. Looks like white has more territory. And white, this is a big move also. Basically, if white plays here, then black can still clamp to reduce that white territory. So this wouldn't really be working. This would be bad. In fact, yeah, it would be a ko. The ko would usually be good for black, or black could even just push through here, and that would probably be a profit for black also. So white played the knight's move here, and now this has secured the whole side. And it's white's turn here. Yes. And people in the comments are giving us the AI percentages, like Claudio Gonzalez or Stephen Hu, 93%, 96% for white. So it's a big win for white, according to computers. And white has more territory. So white can afford, for instance, white could pull back here. This would be the less complicated variations. I think the fact that white is sort of pausing here at this point indicates that white is considering connecting here, which would be a bit more dangerous. Probably not a good idea. But he's probably just counting the score and comparing these two moves. Oh, Atlas Systems. The peep threatens to connect through Q8. Yes, white can sacrifice the two stones and it's going to be good enough. So it's white's turn. It's close enough, and it's close enough to the end of the game that they might finish the end game. Looks like it's going to be a few points for white. Hello, Luke Senna Hill. Slow again. I'd say white probably wants to back off here. This way. Yes, Hikaru actually used real professional games for some of the games that it showed. So if white were to connect here, maybe something like this, there is some danger that this whole left side would become a big race to capture. And it doesn't really look that good for white. Like it looks like it's a very dangerous. Even if white wins, white's going to be putting a lot of stones inside the territory. Hello, YSF members. Yes, it was a quick lunch, but I'm refueled now, ready to do some more diagrams here. So I don't really see what white has to think about. It's probably pretty clear that white should pull, even not regarding the territory or who's winning. Regardless of that, I would say it's probably a good idea for white to pull back here and leave the potential to connect next. Double Hane? Julio Cesar Sosa Mondragon. I hope that was close enough to be recognizable. He's saying that when he says double Hane, maybe he means this move, which in which case black would capture the 2 stones and would still have the cut here, which would be would still be a problem for white. So it's better to play pulling back, in which case white still has the potential to connect here and capture the black stone. And if black captures here, then white does not have to protect in this case. So in this case, if white plays away and black plays here, it's relatively safe with black having only 4 liberties. And in this race to capture, white's a couple of moves ahead, and black will not have any forcing moves. So that's the difference between pulling back here at 1 or playing the Atari from underneath, which would lose a tempo basically when black captures the 2 stones. Patrick is asking, do I get to use English in my daily life outside of videos and streams? No, that's how I remembered my English. I did YouTube. Before that, I was just doing it on the AGA channel, the AGA YouTube channel sometimes, before I opened my own channel. And I was, at that point, I was still doing some written commentary. So that was my English. King of Nintendo is asking, I think he's asking whether it comes from Japan, Korea, or China. And I believe the correct answer to that is it comes from China, ancient China. Yes, the modern rules were changed probably about 15 centuries ago in Japan. Okay, it looks like Xie Ke still has almost an hour left. Let's see if it says on this one. No, this server doesn't have the times in, but it was a 3-game match, and Xie Ke apparently has close to an hour left, while Yuting has almost an hour and a half. And that sort of makes sense if one thinks of the original time control. So we're about 3.5 hours into the game. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so white pulled back. And if the players actually finish the game, it won't be that long a road. Like, we have all this open space, but that's white's territory. So we just have the lower side and the right side basically to play, and then it's just very relatively small endgame moves. So they could finish the game. Like, it wouldn't be that painful, even though black's probably going to lose anyway. It would be a relatively short time. Okay, just in case we are getting into an end game, the big points. I'd say it's pretty obvious that one of the big points is to capture these stones, or do something in relation to capturing these white stones here on the right side. So maybe something like this might happen. I don't know. Maybe black wants to cut immediately. So this is one big point. Another big point would be the cut here, obviously. So cutting here would be big too. So connecting here is big also. I'm not making full use of the shortage of liberties of these white stones though. So maybe black would be trying something intermediate like this. Black would like to find something clever on the right side of the board. Because it's too easy just to capture the 7 white stones, and it's probably not good enough. Hey, Matt Redmond, another Redmond watching the game. Welcome to the stream. Chris Davis wants to know about Yusuke Oeda, Nindan. He was my teacher. Mr. Oeda was my teacher. He was a very massive man, and first time I met him, I wondered if I'd come to a sumo dojo instead of a go dojo. He was that kind of very massive. When he was young, actually, he was a very handsome, slender man. And various health problems led him to gain weight, actually. So he had various problems that the medication actually made him gain weight somehow. So that's Mr. Oida. He was my teacher. He was one of the organizers for Nihon Kin, so he was doing that, and he had a lot to do with promoting Go overseas. So he's traveled to Europe and America for various Go congresses and stuff like that on teaching tours. And he took me with him a few times. So that's some of my first visits to Europe, for instance, were with Mr. Ueda. After I was a professional Go player, that is. He had this old messy house in a very good neighborhood, actually, but it was an old house, and there were a lot of us living there, so it didn't help. A lot of young boys. Um, Lion Guy Sai is asking, what could Black do as a last-ditch effort? It has to be something in that upper right area. It is the only place where White has potential weaknesses. Like, you know, I would be wishing for something to do with moves like this, or moves to do like this, or maybe some kind of combination here where I'm making various threats and I get to break in through here. Like there's this stuff. It doesn't really work though. Like for instance, in this case, White could probably back off here, or would not play the 8 move anyway. And it would be in actual practice, it wouldn't be working so well. So like for instance, White could maybe even play here. No, maybe not. Let's see. So at this point, White would probably play this way. And Black still would not get the whole side because of this move. So I don't really see it working, but something to do with this area. It's the one place where I sort of smell some potential. It's the only place where Black seems to have any chances to turn the game around. But I'm not seeing anything concrete there. Kevin Coleman is asking, do I drink caffeine and if it affects my game? I was drinking coffee just now, so I actually finished it. I was a bit disappointed to see it finished. But yeah, I drink coffee. I probably don't drink enough to affect my game. Lena Walker is asking, how am I so fast at making the variations? Well, when I'm making variations, like there's a difference between it being a perfect variation or something that I think that people can learn something from. And it's a lot easier to just make variations that people can learn from if I don't have to try to be perfect. And so that's why it's so relatively quick, because I think getting the idea over is more important. So making a variation that accomplishes that is not as challenging as making a variation that I would be playing if it was a tournament game and the game depended on it. I would be more careful with that, and it would take more effort. Derek Neal is asking, what are the most common kinds of mistakes at the pro level? Well, early in the game, we don't know about. It's just impossible to calculate how that move will affect the final result. And so what we've always done is we've had these theories, we've had these hypotheses, but we haven't really proved any of them. So we're making guesses, basically. And so it's a point of the game, the early opening of the game is a point where top professionals will regularly play so-called wrong moves if you compare it to the AI variations. It's because we never had the ability to completely calculate that. And actually, AIs don't either, but well, you know what I mean. We weren't at the same level, and it's impossible to figure it out. So we're guessing, basically. Educated guesses, obviously, but it's so that's the point where we're getting a lot of what might be called mistakes from the viewpoint of AIs. If you're looking at with an AI, then it's a mistake probably. And then after that, there's some mistakes. Calculation mistakes in the middle game are maybe a bit more rare, because provided the players have enough time, they should be able to calculate a lot of the variations. And then in the in-game, I'd say that the mistakes are even more rare. In fact, there was a period, I think the period where human players played more accurate endgames when compared to AIs. There was a period when it was like that. Just because sometimes some of the AIs didn't bother to play the best moves, and you'll remember that from some of my commentaries. Yes, one dragon, and there's something in there. One eye dragon. Okay. White is winning. Yes, I agree that white is winning. It's probably close enough that they're going to finish the game, though. So black is somehow is going to try to set up pushing through at m4. That's something that black would like to accomplish. So just to make a variation where that sort of works, so like for instance, black could play here. It's sort of hard to make it work even. So something like this. It's not really working. Even in this variation, it didn't really work. So this is something like what black is trying to do. If black just backs off and takes here, then white will be able to capture. This would be big. So black really wants to do something on this side. So maybe something like this, and then capture here. This might be a bit better than the other variation. But I think white's winning in this variation. If white plays here, then black plays an Atari here. And I think I found a winning variation for black. And now white has to save the 5 stones on the left, and black gets the whole side. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a winning variation for black. It's really locally a loss for white, so that's pretty obvious. So that's why in the previous variation, I was having white protect on this side. Okay. Back to the game. So white does not want to cut at m8. That would be the one variation that looks dangerous for white. So maybe it's a choice between this move and this move. This move might be the more natural looking move. One of these two moves. If white connects here, this could be a bit dangerous with black pushing through here and here. Well, maybe not. Well, black would be able to capture this group. Although I'm not sure that this would be a win for black. I'm not so sure about that. It looks like there some bad things could be happening in the corner here. It would be a lot more exciting than before, though. Mm-hmm. Cyphus is saying he missed so much. Did Cyphus just come here? Well, welcome anyway. You can watch the video after it's posted. P10. Robert Sink is asking, wouldn't it have been better for black to cut at P10? Yeah, that's sort of maybe. Actually, well, in a position where black's going to lose anyway, this would maybe be a bit easy for white because black doesn't really have a highly satisfying way to... Oh, I guess black could push through here. No, but it's not very satisfying because white can push through and cut here. And black will end up not being able to capture these two stones in this variation. So for instance, this would save the two stones. Even if black plays an Atari once, white can save the stones from this side. So that's not working. So just capturing these 7 stones here and losing those black stones in the center, that variation is clearly, I think that's clearly going to be a win for white. So black wants to save those stones in the center while capturing the 7 stones at the same time. That's what black would like to be able to do. So you know, if I work at it, I can find some variations that are a win for black. I'm pretty sure this one would be a win. But white's not going to do it that way. Hmm. Bugcut Catbug is asking, so it's still quite close. It's probably pretty close in points, although I think white's probably going to win by a few points. And once they've finished with the right side, and then they're going to play the lower side, those are the 2 areas where the endgame moves are fairly difficult. And after that, they're just going to be finished. So they might play to the end after that. Count? Counting is difficult. One dragon wants me to count. Okay, so black has 13 points in the upper left corner. And I'd say about 15 points in the upper right corner. So that's 28. And for the time being, black has less than 25 points in the lower right corner. So let's, it's 28. So let's say it's more than 40 points. And then about more than 10 points on the lower side. So it's More than 50 points for black, plus some potential on the lower side. And whatever black gets in the center too. Or the right side. Maybe black's going to take those 5 white stones. I mean 7. So let's see, that was 28, 30, 40. Oh. So about 60 points. Yeah, somehow the count got confused there. I think that means that black has about 60 points. So that's 13 in the upper left and 15 in the upper right. That's 28. And more than 20 in the lower right. So that's 50. More than 50, more than 60. So adding the lower left corner. So white has something like white has a lot. That's let's see, that was something that Mukai, the MC for the NHK TV program, said to Chochikun when he asked her to count someone's territory. She looked at it and she was counting it. She's a professional Go player. And she was counting it. And she was already getting a higher number than the opponent's territory. So she just said, it's a lot of territory. And that's where they left it. They just said that, in this case, it would be white has a lot of territory. But I think white has close to 80 points. So I better recount that because it's probably wrong. But let's see, 10, 20. But more than 70 points. So close about 80 points. It depends on how that center area finishes off. But at this point, the difference is that, like, if black plays here, black can get some extra territory there, but doesn't get these 7 stones here. And if black pushes through here, this is not going to work because black cannot push through anymore. So for black's territory, this is bigger. It's bigger to take this side. But then white's going to play here, and white gets that area, which is more than 10 points also. So in this case, black would have 28, 30. Black would have some extra territory on the lower side also, so somewhere in the vicinity of 80 points. But white would have more than 8. White would have about 80 points too, adding 10 points here where white has captured some extra stones. So it's really difficult to count just because it's so fluid still. But I think it's probably pretty close before Komi. That's my guess. If you don't like counting, Clayton says he doesn't like counting. If you don't like counting, then just don't do it. It doesn't matter. Just try to find the best moves. That's the way to do it. Sakada Eo was amazing because he claimed that he could not count. He was one of the strongest Go players in the 20th century. And he for a long time he had a record for the most titles taken. And he claimed that he could not count territory, and that he just judged from the shapes and the flow of stones. And then, but he would know who was winning by half a point. So like in a half-point game, he would know. So it's sort of strange that he would say that he can't count. And so it's a sort of a slippery thing. Okay, so it looks like black cannot cut white there. And so the question is white going to be safe? if white plays here. And if black plays here, and here, and here, and here, now black's going to break into white's territory. So this would be good for black. But actually, it doesn't really work like that, because if black plays from this side, white can play here and cut those black stones off. Oh, it could get interesting in this variation. Yes. Which is another failure for black, unfortunately. Or if black starts from this side, then this one is not going to be forcing. So it doesn't look like it works for black. But he's got to try something. Okay, white did connect. And this connect it's pretty big. It's almost 20 points. So if, let's just try something again for black. If black plays here, it's pretty simple. And against this move, white can push through once and connect. So that's just not working. So we're going to try this one again. Black cannot squeeze yet because white pushes through here. Okay, let's do this one. Black still cannot squeeze because white pushes through here. There's no timing for black to squeeze. Maybe black plays a ko here. Okay, it's still looking really bad. I think like the worst scenario for white, with black somehow getting this far and then backing up to connect here. Even in this case, black's losing points in the corner, and it's probably not a success for black. Even this would not be, black would not be gaining anything. It seems impossible to manufacture some kind of success for black. Try this one. Let's say white plays here. Now if black pushes through here, we have the same problem, and that this would not be working, and this would not be working. And this would not be working. And nothing works. Black would like to play L4 at some point. But when black plays it, let's see, where's the game? Okay, here we are. When black plays it, white will cut here and push through. And it's a squeeze, but it's probably not going to amount to anything. Could try this one. It's not quite working. Like we could get a worse scenario for white, but it still would not work. And this is actually connected in the center. With the snapback here, so it's just connected. And if black somehow managed to cut white, let's try that one, that variation. So let's see here. It's still not working. Still not cut off. But let's just assume black somehow manages to cut white. This probably is still a win for white. Let's see, this one. Now actually black could play here. This would be a bit dangerous. Black could maybe kill this one, yeah. This would be alive, by the way. It doesn't really look like there's any real potential for black to cut white off. Inquisitor JL is asking what goes into deciding to resign or play a losing game to the end as a pro. And that just, people differ on that, even at the top level of professionals. So sometimes you're just not all that confident in your calculation of the score, and you want to see exactly how it turns out. Even though you know that you're maybe losing by a certain amount, you want to see how it ends. And so sometimes it's that. Sometimes that's a reason for a player to decide to play to the end. And there's no rule against playing to the end. That resigning early, even when it's a fairly close game, it's something that some Japanese pros like to do at a certain point in history. And it doesn't happen so much anymore. So nowadays people tend to play close to the end of the game, or at least until most of the big endgame moves are finished. And then when they are pretty sure they've lost, some of the players who are really sharp in their reading of calculation of territory and stuff, sometimes you will see them resign a half-point loss. And especially in China, where there's a thing about how they fill the dame, they might go right to the end and then resign, just because they know what the score is. So there are cases like that. Right? In general, I think there's a tendency for people to be playing to the end of the game, unless it's a complete crash. Kato Masao, I think it was actually, Kato Masao was famous for, he was the Kato the Killer. But then after that, towards the end of his career, he was very good at close games also, and he was famous for his half-point wins. So he was a player who was very tenacious, actually. Lion Gaisai is asking, is there a reason that a lot of Kifu don't show the endgame moves but just show the result? I think that's probably true of some of the ancient games, the games that are a few hundred years ago. For some reason, they didn't put all the moves in. You will see some of those games that they did have all the moves in. Sometimes the records are not completely good. That's because the records were hand copied by various people over the time to preserve them. And sometimes people made mistakes, so there's some mistakes in the records, actually the full records. Like the air reddening move game, in which the end game is sort of questionable, and the end result was, for a long time, it was put down as 3.5 points for black, when if you look at the record, it's actually 2.5, and we don't really know which is correct, whether it's the record or the result. And I think in some cases, like in some of the Go schools, the Go families, they would leave the end game out of the record so that their pupils, their students, could actually try to finish the games themselves. I wouldn't be surprised if that was a thing they did. Bugcut is asking, was it the record or the result that was 3.5? And that's something offhand, I have trouble remembering. I think it was the record was saying it was 3.5 points, where the actual result, if one looked at the moves, the position, I think the actual result was 2.5. But that's I could be wrong about that. And it's been corrected in the more modern books. And when I studied the end game of that game, it was a bit questionable. I think there were, if one believes the record, there were mistakes on both sides. Oh, I mean, yes, that's right. There was no half point in that game. Chris Davis made a good point there. It was 3 points or 2 points, and I forget which was which. No 3.5 points. That was my mistake. Indeed, Patrick, it would be very difficult for me to pass unnoticed in Go clubs. There are some stories of Go players, um, young pros, like in their teens or something, who just went to a Go club for a kick and pretended they were weak players. There's stories of that, although I haven't seen it myself. But it would not work for me. I would not be able to do that incognito. But actually, it was Small Wisdom who raised that subject. I think that if a pro did that, I think the amateurs would probably enjoy it, actually. They would probably pretend they didn't notice, even if they knew who he was. Patrick, I am not tall. Not especially tall. It's the color that makes the difference there. Lion Gaisai asks, have I watched the Chinese adaptation of Hikaru no Go? Not very much. I saw a little bit of it in the commercials, I guess, or the previews. I haven't seen it in detail. But the Chinese did adapt the Hikaru no Go series, and I think it's an actually they actually used actors to do it, didn't they? It wasn't animated. Hmm. Chris Davis also mentions them in katakana, which is it's a special kind of Japanese script that is used for foreign names, for foreign words or names. Makes it easy to find my name in a tournament on the tournament thing. Yes, live action. It's probably yeah, I'd probably enjoy watching that the Hikaru no Go in live. Okay, Kevin Coleman. No, this question was not earlier. Kevin Coleman asks, are reverse komi games good for learning when the skill gap is huge? Yes, they're okay. Sometimes you don't want to put a big handicap. Um, when I teach, I'm okay with just playing with no handicap or giving the weaker player black and not worrying about the difference in score. Or you can, the problem with reverse komi is that while a professional can calculate um, how close to paying komi he is or she is. It's really going to be difficult for the amateur player to use the komi intelligently when it's going to be difficult to calculate the territory, whether the territory is close or not after komi. That's something where it's very difficult for the amateur player to make good use of the komi. So it's as a way for giving the weaker player a chance, it probably is counterproductive. It's probably more difficult for the weaker player to make good use of the komi when compared to the stronger player. But playing at lower handicaps is a good way to study, especially if you don't enjoy the high handicap games. Mm. N2 is a big move. But yeah, it would lose something towards the center, and it would probably not be good enough to win the game. Black is really still sort of hoping, trying to find something in that center area. And I was showing a bunch of variations, and none of them worked. And then after that, the big point is probably something on the lower side. And then the left side taking those two stones. So Ofer Zivani is asking, do I think the game is totally decided? Pretty much. Like it's still a point where a serious mistake would lose the game for white. And it's not out of the question, but it's still I would say at this point it's probably pretty clearly a win for white. All sorts of things have happened in history. Like someone was mentioning the game where Shinjinso played a stone on the first line by doing a misclick. That kind of stuff happens. I think these people these two players are playing in real life, so they're not going to have a misclick. But all sorts of weird things happen in an actual Go game. You never know until the game is completely over. But it's pretty one-sided at this point, I believe. Salvatari. I actually know a player who was a pro who took his opponent's stone before it was one move earlier than capturing it. He had already read out the sequence and it was going to capture a stone, but he took it off the board one move too early, and that was he lost by forfeit. Oh, Derek Neal asks, what's the dumbest mistake I've ever made in a game? The game was about 3 moves away from finishing, and I was winning by 2.5 points. And I knew I was winning. And what happened was my opponent had played a Hane on the first line, and I was going to cover it, and he would have to connect. And then I would fill the final ko. And that was the final 3 moves that had to be played. And instead of covering on the first line, I somehow thought that the game was over and I filled a dame point. My opponent curled on the first line, gaining 2 points with sente, and he took the final ko and won the ko to win by 0.5 point. So that was the stupidest thing I ever did in the game. Okay, white just played a move that doesn't seem to be correct. Let's take a look at that. I thought that white was going to play here. Oops. And black would play here. And would have to back off. I guess it would be similar. So in the game, let's see what white did. So white played here. Black is going to push through. White's going to connect. White's going to connect here. Black's going to push through here. And maybe white's just going to play a Hane underneath here. And if black pushes through, white's going to play here. And I guess this is not such a bad variation for white. Actually, black will probably curl around here. So it's going to be like this. Yes, black was trying to set up a ko. That's line guy sign noticing that black was trying to set up a ko. So black was, if white had answered, let's see, white had different moves to play. But for instance, if white had answered with something like this, that would be okay on this side, but black would have this ko here. So that's what black was trying to set up. And that's why white answered it. Okay, now let's see how fancy white's going to try to be. So the fancy way to do it would be to play here and like this, and then to jump into the corner trying to kill the black group. So this would be the most exciting finish for the game, and black does not have room to live, but could maybe get some kind of a ko, for instance, with something like this. So it's probably a bit more exciting than white should let it be. But otherwise, if white plays, for instance, here now, and then black can play something on the outside. And it's very similar to before. So like if black plays like this, white's going to jump in here anyway. It does look like it's relatively difficult for black, but you know. So the relatively safe way for white to play would be to play here, but this would lose a bit more territory. So the idea with this move is that white plays here, and it's going to play here anyway. And when white has connected at 1, white has some extra forcing moves. So for instance, black cannot use this forcing move because white has the forcing move at 9. And that means that when black plays like this, white has the option of capturing the 3 stones. So if white plays here and black cuts, taking the top, if it was unconditional, it would be okay. But there's the fact that there's some kind of a ko waiting to happen here. Some kind of a ko that could happen. This is probably a win for white also, but it would be a ko. It would be much more complicated. Let's see how he's going to try to finish it off. The knight's move would be painful. Yeah, but that's a, let's see, who is it who said knight's move? The Ofer Zivoni is asking, is the Keima not connecting? So if white plays here, this is connecting. Black will bump against white here. White can pull back. It's a bit painful. But yeah, this is connecting. It's just white loses a few points when black cuts it too. It's probably better for white to do it this way. And in this case, white would play a forcing move there. And then connect underneath. So this would be, actually it would be a gain for white, and black would curl around here. So connecting this way is probably slightly better for white with the connection at 1. It's more territory there. Oh, okay. We have a different variation here. So white played the Hanen. And if black answers this, then white can play here. And everything is connected up. So that's a complete defeat for black. And black answered in the center. And white started by crawling here. And peeping, yes. So with this move, black has to connect. If black crawls on the second line, which is usually the better shape move, then white just captures these. So that doesn't work. Black plays here. And looks like white's just going to play like this, maybe. Maybe squeezing the black corner like this is going to be good enough. Doesn't really look like white's going to be alive. What is this? This is a life and death problem here. If black plays here, then white can play here, and this is going to be alive. That's a Xie Ke. Okay, so if white plays here, though, it has to do with the corner, maybe. This would usually be a dead shape in the life and death problem, but in this case, white can capture the 2 stones and play here. So it doesn't quite work for black. So maybe white's okay. Maybe this is the plan for white. Squeezing the corner first and then having a living shape. Oh, so this is how the game is proceeding? Otherwise, white could play... if white plays something like this, white would be connected there. But I think that capturing these 3 stones in the center is pretty big. So white would like to be able to save those 3 stones. The corner is the Xie Ke. So if white continues here, and it's like this. If white could play here, then this would be a Xie Ke as it stands. If white could play here and here, both places, then it would be dead. But black can play here and capture the white stone. So that's alive. You might notice that that means that white has a forcing move here. After which white would be able to kill with this. And it's not a Xie Ke anymore. So there's that problem, which means that it's going to be relatively easy for white to live on the side. So I'm sort of looking at this variation where white plays this, maybe black plays a peep. And white will be able to play this move in the center. So white's lost about 10 points on the upper side, But black's corner that was about 15 points, in some cases it's going to be a Xie Ke, and white's getting some extra territory on the right side. So white hasn't really lost very much in this variation, I don't think. And I haven't made a full board calculation here, but my gut feeling is that white hasn't lost anything. Oh, so the Sarari? Maybe that's a better way for white to make two eyes. Black still needs to add a stone to the corner. So, for instance, if black plays here, it's going to be alive. But in this case, white would be able to force with this move. And black would have to put a stone in there. Otherwise, this would be dead. And so it's relatively easy for white to have a living shape here in this variation. So I think this is what white is heading for. Maybe here first though. Okay. And if black leaves it, white can just play here. And let's see. This is just going to be dead. So black would like to play, let's see, if black can play here maybe? Yes. So it's going to be a ko. And that's a good reason for black not to play this exchange, because this would not be a ko, but black would lose by one move. This would just be dead. It would be 5 stones inside. So black plays starting here. Ah, this is dead too. It's dead. So in this case, white would kill with this move. So basically, black has to answer that with something like this. And white can go back to the center. So that's white's plan here. White might play it safe and finish off playing the forcing moves against the corner. Although that gives black about 5 points in the corner. It does secure eye space for white, so it's worth it. So I would say that black has lost at least 10 points in the upper right corner when compared to what I was showing as a normal endgame before. And the question is how much white has lost on the upper side. White lost more than 10 points there, but in the process, white did manage to save these 7 stones on the right side. So I think it pretty much evens out. White needs to protect the corner, the center. That's Robert Sink asking after black R2, which is the move that black just played now. Doesn't white have 2 areas he always moves now? And it's true, but white protects the center, And even if black plays on the right side, white's going to have room to live on the right side. And so black's going to play the upper side, gaining more than 10 points in that area. But white did save, just if we go back to this point, it was a question of whether black cut here or cut here. If black had cut here, white would have gotten this area here. And so if we compare to the game, that's about 20 points difference in white territory. But it's also almost 20 points difference in black territory. These 7 stones that black has captured have some dame connected to them, some open areas connected to them. It makes them something like 18, a bit more than 18 points. So white gets more than 20 points on the upper side and in the center area here, but black gets 18 points here. So in the game, what happened is that black got several points in the center and trashed white's 20 points on the upper side. But in the process, black has lost more than 10 points in the upper right corner, and this 18-point move that white just played on the right side, it adds to 28, almost 30 points that white gained also. So white's gaining a lot too. It's pretty close to an even trade. What they call fighting spirit, it's actually a kind of a calculation. You don't win just by fighting spirit alone. There's some reasons for the moves also. Yes, the Keima is better. That's over Zivani. If white gets a chance to connect on the upper side, the knight's move, the Keima is better because it connects everything and only a slight dip in white's territory. Usually this is better. It does depend on what other points there are to play, but usually this is better because if white plays the hane, then black can peep here and capture the 2 stones. That's actually pretty big. It changes the size of black's corner territory too. Oh, black took the 2 stones. So it's actually something that could happen. Let's see. White plays a hane on the second line, the first line. This is actually an important order of moves. If white had played here first, and black gets the hane here, now later on, when white plays here, black can play here, avoiding the Xie Ke sequence. So this would make it a big difference in black's territory, and also take away this forcing move from white, which is not so important now, but the fact that black has territory in the corner is more important. Whereas, by playing that hane first, and exchanging with a black move here, it means that when white does play something like this, then that exchange of the white stone at it's Q, it's at Q1 for black 1 there, has taken away black's eye space, so that next white can play here and make a Xie Ke out of it. So there's a real difference in black's territory. And the reason that black did not play that move is that if black does play it, that changes what happens in the future on the lower side. So black can't really afford to play that move. But it's important for white to play it before white continues with a move like this on the upper side. just to get that exchange in, so there's a Xie Ke in the corner. Okay. People in the American continent are giving up as it's midnight on the West Coast and 3 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. Yes, I guess that sounds about right. That's late. So this is forcing against the corner, and if black leaves it, white can play here, here, and here. So that order of moves is important. And it's a fake Xie Ke. It looks like it might be a Xie Ke, but connecting there is going to be forcing. So it's a dead shape. So black covered. Well, that's an interesting move. So by covering there, black is making the upper side, keeping this making it a big move still. So for instance, what I'm talking about is when black does peep here and play here, and if white plays away again, then black can push through here. And let's see how this way. And when white plays here, this is going to be a dead shape because of that marked black stone that black played on the first line. So black can throw in here and kill the white group. So that makes black's play at 2 and 4. It's going to be a forcing move. The drawback of black's play here is that when white does answer that, then later on white will still have the potential to make a Xie Ke out of it. So if black had played that move here, then black would have had about either 4 points or 6 points. So that's averages to be a 5-point corner territory. When black plays the game move, this is 6 points if black adds a stone in at this point. It's going to still be 6 points. But if white eventually plays a move here, this is going to be 0. So the average size of black's territory has gone down a couple of points. So it's taking a local loss to set up this peep here, which is going to be forcing. Yes. White did play this move on the lower side. So this is also a big move. But white has to answer this. Yes, so white answered on the right side. They're running out of endgame to play. So the upper side is pretty much finished for the time being. And I don't see anything that could happen that would be bad there. So black's going to leave it. The lower side, there's still some space here to play. And after that, there's that Xie Ke in the upper right corner and not very much left. So they're probably just going to finish it. Yes, mid-Europe would be in the other direction. So I guess it's something like 10 o'clock in the morning. Europe has a number of time zones, so it depends, I guess. It's a decent hour in the morning, I guess. So I guess it's good. I think the rest of the game is pretty straightforward. Going to be pretty straightforward. Shinuito is asking, is there a reason why pros average dividing by 2 in some endgame positions? It's there's a number of ways you can calculate. You're going to be okay provided you don't mix 2 different algorithms together, and then you can get confused. But basically, to judge the size of a move, a certain move, sometimes you don't have an immediate result from that move. You have 2 possible results. One of them being if you play another move if your opponent plays away and you play the next local move, there's one result. Or if you both play away and your opponent plays the next local move, there's 2 results you can have, and so you average them out to get an estimate of how big the original move was. So that's what we're doing with the a plus b divided by 2 calculation there, and it works fairly good. It's one way to average the 2 possible results because we don't know who's going to play the next local move, and get an estimate of the size of the move. And it works in general. In some particular cases, like there might not be a big move next or stuff like that. In some cases, there's just the fact that there's a bigger gote move than the potentially sente moves and stuff like that. So it does depend on the board position. But this is a good way to estimate the size of a move. Vrang Hennen gave me a present, so thank you very much, Vrang. What? And that's a weird move that is probably not going to work, but it's exciting. What is he trying to do? That's an exciting move, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it doesn't work. Okay, so the stuff that black is looking at, for instance, is this cut here. And this would, so just to go back a move. Black had only 4 liberties here, and white had more than that. So in this variation, white could play away once and still have enough liberties to win the semi. So it would not be a success for black. So what black is trying to do here is extend the liberties. So let's see how that works. So let's have white play the most aggressive move here. So black's liberties have increased potentially by 1, which should not be good enough. It's not good enough. White still wins by 1 move. So I don't see how that is working. Let's just go through it once more. This is the strongest move that white can play, something like this, or maybe this one. This kind of thing. And black's only chance is to cut here. White plays here. If black plays here, first of all, if black starts with the Tari here, then black cannot save these stones. So that's not working. If black pushes through, oh, that's going to be a ko. That's going to be exciting. So white would instead go straight down and nothing would happen. Yeah. So white has to be careful with that one. If black plays here, now this would just not work. So this doesn't work. This doesn't work. And so black has to go straight down, and we get into this variation, which is pretty much forced. And it's probably wiser for white to start with this move, just to keep things relatively simple. And the most that black can get out of it is this. So in this case, black would probably play here. Let's see. There's no way that black can win this. For instance, this variation, white has 4 liberties and black has 3. So I don't see how that move is functioning as a good move. But it looks scary. Let's just do that once more. And there's this, yeah. So this is this was the question asked by Alexander Bellis. Black would like to be able to do something with this, but if we just look at white in the center here, it's such a strong position. White could even do stuff like this if white was in trouble. But white can probably actually just play here. And black still has to curl underneath. Playing from this side is just not working. I just don't see how this is working. Black pushes through here, white can push through here. So this is the best that black can get. And black did extend liberties by 1, but it's not going to be good enough. Even this variation, white has 4 liberties to black 3. And black is losing points in the upper left corner and stuff. So it's probably not very good. When black plays a move like this, I don't think he's going to play it to the end anymore. I think that if black fails here, he's going to resign in this case. And, okay, Inquisitor JL is asking about time. They started with 3 hours. I think it's actually Xie Ke who's running out of time. And white has something close to an hour, maybe more than 54 minutes about. So it's white who has extra time and black doesn't have any time in this position. YSF Memories asking about D6. There's just not enough bad aji on the top to make it work. Let's just do some stuff there. Well, first of all, this is immediately an Atari, so it's not working. This is not really working. There's just the one hole here, and black would like to try to combine this kind of stuff. This is going to be a ladder, so it's not working. It's just too far away. It's just all those white stones are just too solid. Oh, so white's being fairly white was cautious and didn't try to gain an extra point like I did. And with this, white's not allowed black to get an extra liberty there. So in this variation, black is not going to get an extra liberty. So when black cuts here, at this point, that white stone that is still marked on the left is filling a liberty when black connects here. And so black has only 4 liberties in this at this point. And it's a white's going to win this by 2 moves. So white took the safe way And white's not gaining any extra points towards the upper left corner, but did not give black an extra liberty in this race to capture. Probably evens out. White could have been more greedy, but no reason not to play safe, I guess. Right. Lion Guy Sai is asking whether the exchange for the upper side for white's gain in the upper right corner and the right side, was it a net gain or loss? That's sort of hard to say. I did talk about that a little bit. I'd say black gained something more than 20 points, and if we count the center, probably about 25 points. The 2 stones black took in the center, this area of territory in the center that could have been white's that black erased, and the upper side, all of that adds up to probably more than 25 points. But black lost something like more than 10 points in the upper right corner, and white played this big move, saving 7 stones on the right side, which was almost 20 points. So black, on the whole, didn't gain anything. I'd say it was pretty much even. So black instead went straight down. And you can see black's not even trying to fill a liberty there because black was losing by 2 moves, and white plays here. So finally, we're back into a straightforward endgame. I say that in black cuts. So we've almost finished all the difficult parts. And not so much endgame waiting to happen. It's just a few more moves on the lower side. And then we're pretty much finished. And I have the feeling that now they're gonna play it to the end again, maybe. VKKV is asking, is he missing something? S2, white makes a Xie Ke. Quite true. It does. So that Xie Ke is worth a difference of 6 points in black's territory. Not quite ready to play it yet. It's not so far off in the future. After they've maybe played a few more moves on the lower side might still be a bit bigger than that. But yeah, pretty soon black should be ready to play that 6-point move. So they could play to the end, or it could be one of those cases where black plays close to the end and then resigns. That's something that some people do. And the next game, yes, Marcus Gustafsson is asked, when is the next game? It's going to be tomorrow, and I will be commenting on it. So that's going to be the same time tomorrow. In Japan, that's 11 o'clock in the morning. So that's 11 o'clock at UTC plus 9. So in Western Europe, that would be 2 o'clock in the morning, maybe. Something like we don't have summertime in Japan, so it might be an hour off. And America, it's let's see, in America, it's in the evening. So I think 7 o'clock or something like that on the West Coast, and about 10 o'clock on the East Coast. And after that, they'll take a day off. And on Sunday, okay, so today's Thursday here. It's Thursday, Friday, they have games. Saturday is the day off. Sunday, they have one more game. So that's 3 days from today. And I hope to do that game also. But if they have a game on Monday, I won't be able to do it because I have something to do. I'll be a referee that day. Lion Guy Sai, thank you. He gave me something to get some coffee tomorrow too. So black is setting up a race to capture here, but it's not really going to gain any territory. So like, usually when you have a race to capture, you're squeezing your opponent and it's good. But when you have to play a lot of moves from inside, it doesn't work that way. So like, for instance, when black has to play at 9, this is increasing white's territory. And white has 2, 3, 4, 5 liberties. Black has only 3. You can see white winning by 2 moves. And so black is not gaining anything here. This would be just a complete failure. Black's playing 1-point moves and basically is only gaining in the area of 15 while white captures the black stone. So black played a few 1-point moves with 15, 17, and 19, but all of the other stones black played were inside white's territory in a position where, oh, they've already done this. Okay, so this move, it's not going to work either. It does have a bit more potential. Black's going to try to set up a ko. Okay, so if white plays here, let's just assume something like this. And white's just going to play Atari. It's like a 3-move approach ko. Very difficult for black to win or get any significant profit out of this. If white's nasty, he would just leave it for a while. But yeah. I don't know. So, okay, black did set up this pretty hopeless ko. This is a 4-move approach ko. So there's a kind of a proverb that says that a 3-move approach ko is not a valid ko. Obviously, it's a bit further away if it's a 4-move approach ko. So it's going to be like forever before black can conceivably win this ko. Even though black has some ko threats there in the center of the board, I highly doubt that this is a realistic possibility. But you have to, you know, it's amazing how he found something there. It's just not going to work. But he did manage to make a ko out of it. So white can play away. White can afford to do that. When white captures this ko on the lower side, it's going to be starting to be an attack on black's cornerstones. And creating some ko threats maybe towards the center of the board against that black group that's in the center. A 4-move approach ko is sort of unheard of that it would succeed. That said, there is a game I played where I won the 4-move approach ko. But by the time I managed to do that, the rest of the board was mostly my opponent's territory. So it didn't help. It was a long time ago. I forget even if I was a professional yet. Yes. But Max Peterson, thanks for converting. But it's 11 p.m., 11 a.m. here. So it's 7 p.m. Pacific and 10 p.m. Eastern time in the US. Yes. Koga is asking, is it worse than the 1,000-year code? The 1,000-year code is actually a 10,000-year code. Is actually a sort of weird form of a one-step approach move code, where the one player cannot finish it. And so that the 10,000-year code is actually closer, depending on how many outside liberties there are. Okay, what do I mean by a 4-move approach code? That's a good question. Even though you say you're a DDK, it's good that you asked that. So let's do that on the so black takes here. So this is the position where black has taken the ko once. Let's say white plays away, and black plays here and here. Now it's black's turn. The 4-move approach move ko means that black will play 4 moves, filling white's liberties before it becomes a real ko. So black's going to fill one liberty here. They're going to fight the ko. Let's just play a ko threat here. And assume white plays away again. Black plays a second move. Black plays a third move. And when black finally plays a 4th move locally, finally white is an Atari, and it becomes a real ko. So that's what a 4-move. I'm not surprised you haven't heard of a 4-move approach ko before, because people generally don't do that. It's not done. You hear of 1-move approach kos or 2-move approach kos. The system is the same. It's the number of moves you have to play in order to change it into a direct ko where both players are in danger of losing immediately. So in this position, winning the ko would immediately capture all those white stones. At this point, you know, after doing all that, it's probably not going to be good enough to win the game for black when white's killed all these black stones elsewhere. And so that's why it's usually pretty pointless. Right, white has to ignore the ko 4 times before it becomes urgent. And in actual play, the way white does that is very important. So white wants to keep it relatively simple. Oh, so that's what white did with this move. White is actually erasing black's ko threats. So black has no more ko threats in that immediate area. White has just played a move that was not necessary. It erased black's ko threats there. Black has ko threats in this area where black is, and this doesn't really change the fact that it's a 4-move ko threat, 4-move ko. It was just being fancy there. And so there's a ko threat there. There's going to be one more ko threat there that will be forcing in some cases, but not always. And they're playing quickly now because they both know that the game is over. Basically, white's won. So they're both playing relatively quickly, especially black is playing quickly because he stands to benefit if it gets messy. So here white is going to maintain the eye, or maybe white not. Well, it's not necessary, I guess, but it doesn't make any difference. Right. So white has these ko threats against black now. That's a pretty big ko threat, threatening to cut off the whole upper side. And by playing this ko threat, this gets rid of a lot of black's ko threats. So for instance, if black continues like this, and let's have white connect once, it's still 2 more moves before it's a real ko. The fact that white has played this marked stone at at M6, it means that small co-threats, like, let's see, what's a small co-threat? Co-threats like this, for instance, they're just not going to be good enough because white has already played a bigger move. And so it's taking away some of black's co-threats. Means that black's going to run out of co-threats in this variation. So it would be like this. And it would be, black still has a co-threat here. But now black has run out of co-threats. So white could just calmly take these stones. Black would have no co-threats. Would fill again. Maybe use this co-threat. White would still answer that one. It's still hopeless for black. White could just play any random co-threat. White could play... Oh, white's run out of co-threats too, but yeah, something like this. Maybe this one. And you see black is really short. Having to play so many moves, it's going to make it impossible for this call. So eventually white can afford to play like this and allow black to break in. And since white has captured the upper side on a large scale, on the whole, white hasn't lost anything. So something like that. That's a very rough approximation of what might happen. So black answered white's co-threat there. And white took the ko. So black is playing these small co-threats that would not be forcing if white had captured the upper side or stuff like that. Black is playing the relatively small co-threats first. And is saving the co-threats, like, for instance, black is saving this one for the last co-threat. This would be one of the last co-threats. This would be one of the last co-threats. These co-threats here would be forcing later on. So black is saving these. This co-threat, in some cases, it would not be forcing. In fact, in this case even, it's not clearly forcing. So this is a co-threat that black has to be careful how it's timed. That's what black was doing with these moves here in the center too. They were relatively small co-threats. But the fact that it's a 4-move approach go, at this point black has played once. Since white played this move here at, where was it? It was J5. White used a stone there to get rid of black's co-threats locally. It means that black has moved the ko forward by 1 move. So it's a 3-stone, it's a 3-move approach move. At, what did I say? A 3-move approach ko. Tandem Baumer, I'm sorry about the name. Mispronouncing names is the thing I do. Thank you for liking my videos. I will be uploading more commentated professional matches. There's some videos I've made that I'll be finishing and setting up and posting as videos. And then at some point I will be doing some live commentaries of professional games. So you can see white's just sort of playing a random co-threat here. It doesn't really matter that it's not always forcing, because black is going to run out of co-threats eventually. I see 3 co-threats that black has, and black's used up 1. Black has 2 co-threats left that are big enough. So yeah, so black had to answer there, because in a 3-move approach goal you need at least 3 co-threats. Black just doesn't have enough co-threats. So black played this move that would have not been a valid co-threat before, but black has not given anything up yet, so maybe it's valid now. Yeah, so white answered it. It's still a 3-move approach ko. And the meaning of this co-threat that white has played, it's not a very big move in itself, but when black's important co-threats are these ones that have to do with that white group. So when black does something like that, it means white can just ignore it and capture these 2 stones. Black needs to protect the corner, because if black plays here, white can capture these stones in the corner. Or connect up in the center. That would be okay for white. So if black answers on this side, then white can play here. So what white is doing here is white, although white's co-threat was small in itself, it's important because it threatens to make eyes for that group, which would nullify all of those local co-threats that black had. So that's what white was doing here. Sorry, jump forward there. Oops, black continues the call. That upper left corner is going to die. Black has 2 co-threats. 2 co-threats is not enough. Okay, let's see how that turns out. So white's going to answer this one, I think. Or white could take. This would be an interesting trade, where black captured the lower side. Black's probably gained locally, so there is the calculation of whether this is going to be good enough for white to win. I wouldn't be surprised if this is good enough for white. The other way for white to do it is to answer this and play some co-threat. Let's see, where's white going to play a co-threat? White doesn't really have very many co-threats, but let's say white, this is biggest move. White plays a co-threat. It's still not a real co. Black has a co-threat here. It's still not a real co. So let's have white play some random co-threat. Now it's a real co. And black is going to finally use something here. So black, let's see, can black kill this white group? This would be probably not good enough. But with that white stone at 3 losing some points, white would be losing a bit. So maybe, so this is the idea of what might happen here. So there'd be this huge trade where black captures all of these stones, gaining something about in the vicinity of 50 points in this local fight in the left side. And white has gained something like about 30 points in the upper right corner by capturing that black group, and maybe about 10 points on the left side, but net black has gained more than white. So that's the variation that black is trying to make happen. So let's just try to catch up with the game again. So black played here and here. Oh, white, instead of playing that variation where I was just playing random co-threats, white has erased black's co-threat. So now black has only 1 co-threat against the right side. So if black continues the co, oh, this is the game move. And black has a co-threat here. Okay, so black does not have a co-threat. Black has run out of co-threats here. Basically, black was keeping for a final co-threat if white plays here. Oh, sorry. Let's get into the review. If white plays here, then black had 1 final co-threat, which would be here, starting a co, like this. So this is what black was trying to do. It could end up being a race to capture between white and the corner black group, which would still be a win for white, as far as I can tell. That looks like a win for white. But it is 8 moves. It's a long corner, so it would be a hassle to read that out, I suppose. So that was black's final co-threat. And if white answers it, then white is out of co-threats. So what white did with the game move is white has erased that co-threat. And it looks like black resigned. Because if black continues the co now, it's finally a direct co. But this co-threat is no longer valid. Because white would just capture on this side. White would actually be able to connect once and squeeze first and have 2 eyes. So black ran out of co-threats, which is just, it might have seemed very close, but that's just because white had calculated the number of co-threats and the number of moves that it would take black, and white played in a fashion that white got the optimal advantage while erasing black's co-threats one by one. So white had a number of ways to go about this, and did not play super safe, but just played barely safe enough to win the ko. Okay, finally, let's see if I pronounce this anything close to correct. Jan Kuratko is saying, any recommendations for Tsumego book? If you can find Chochukun's Life and Death Encyclopedia. It might only be in Japanese. You might find something on the internet that you can print out, maybe. If you don't want to use a computer screen, if you can find that book, then it will be very good. Okay, so I'm finished now. Let's go back to the game. When white played this Atari, black was completely out of ko-threats and black resigned. So by playing this move, white had annulled the ko-threat here that black was counting on as the final ko-threat. And you know, when you have a 4-move approach ko, you have plenty of time to set up this kind of strategy. So that's the end of the game. It got exciting. I think black basically, there was something wrong with the strategy there where black got split into two and was trying to live on both sides, and white had control of the game. And so that was it, I suppose. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. I hope everyone enjoys it tomorrow too, and I hope you enjoyed it today. So thank you. And I'll finish now.